Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Power weapons inbound. Power weapons now available.
Hey, short, take the flag, take the flag, take the flag. No, wait. No. No, dude.
Power equipment inbound.
I think you're lagging a little bit. Do you know how to use the blue beam? You press Y, you can shoot the blue beam. Yeah,
On
perfect.
the field.
Nice, they're done. Dude, you are lagging so much. Or am I the one lagging?
Ally took their flag.
I have 53, but it seems like it's lagging. Not sure what's happening. I'm not sure if it's me or...
Flag right here.
Enemy returns their flag.
Importing on
Power
Spanker over
items
here.
incoming. Power items available.
I'm definitely lagging.
In my sights.
Falcon in the air.
The enemy has your flag.
An oldie but a goodie.
Another one down.
Power weapons incoming.
An ally returned our flag.
Gosh, that's an intimidating weapon. Beautiful shot. Well, hostile.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Falcon in 15.
Power items inbound. Power items up for grabs.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Spartan down.
Bien lagueado.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
An ally returned our flag.
Feeling that one tomorrow.
Target spotted.
Pinche lag.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. Enemy flag carrier revealed. Power.
Hey, hey, Mac. Below, down below, down below.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Wait, 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 dude. Wait, wait, wait.
Take cover.
Let's get our flag, come on.
Eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Apenas voy empezando a jugar, carnal. Pero estoy bien lagueado. Más que me voy a tener que conectar al otro wifi. Ahorita que se acabe la partida.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Enemy got a hold.
Enemy flag carrier revealed. The enemy carrier has revealed.
Vámonos, la vámonos, 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 vámonos.
Enemy captured the flag.
Enemies over there.
Estoy mega por cable.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Pero también tengo el otro de infinito. Entonces,
Watch out there, friends.
Double kill.
Add that similar to the pie.
Enemy dead.
An ally took their flag.
An ally returned our flag.
Don't cross a snake, friend.
Enemy returned their flag.
ay, ¿cómo la devuelven, güey? Esa la verga.
Killing spree.
Qué pinche hueva, güey. Estoy vergueándome a medio equipo a la verga, güey. Sobre todo resulta que la otra mitad se chinga el otro pinche equipo completo, la verga.
Yard safe.
Güey, qué pedo con el lag, vato. Ni siquiera se dio el pinche spanker.
They're gone.
Ponte el...
Power weapons
Great.
incoming. Power weapons now available.
¡Ay, güey! ¡Vete a la verga, güey! ¡Roto! Su puta verga, güey. Oh mames, güey. Ya estoy encabronado y apenas voy empezando, ¿la ve? Ya se la van a llevar aquí a la verga.
The enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier spotted. Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Explotó. toda esa mierda.
Enemy flag carrier spotted. They have our flag. Not good. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Era tú, güey, si no fuera por el puto pinche lag a la verga.
Minutes remaining.
They have our flag. Not good.
Hey Blast, can you change turrets?
Eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Nice. Hey, the flag carrier, the flag carrier, the flag carrier, dude. The flag carrier, Blast.
They have our flag. Not good. Enemy flag carrier revealed.
Double kill.
Sí, güey, lo noto. Esas cosas pasan medio segundo. Ceci, ¿hablas español? Mira, güey, qué pedo, güey. ¿Sí viste cómo los arroyo, güey? ¿Qué? ¿Y de repente que está muerta o qué pasó? Hey, Blast. Súbete. Hay que robarnos el Falcon de ellos ahorita, Va a salir en 10 segundos. Dispárale a este güey de la izquierda, mira, dale ese mero. Ese güey está acá y cae el palo.
Power items
¿Ves cómo les disparan, güey? Y se mueren unos segundos después, güey.
racking up the accolades.
Vamos por el Falcon de ellos, vamos por el Falcon de ellos. Aquí en el Falcon de ellos.
Power items on the field.
Está todo lagueado esta mierda. Hey, OTF, OTF. Hey, get inside, dude. OTF, dude, get inside. Get inside the fucking Falcon, come on. Come on. Get in.
Right share.
An ally captured the flag.
I'm proud of you. Heck, I'm proud of
Hey,
us.
Sherlick, behind you. We are there. In the Falcon. Ooh. Sheriff, shoot. Nice. Good job, Sherlick. No. Take the flag, come on.
Our team took the enemy flag.
Stay there.
An ally captured the flag.
Right share.
We're earning our keep today, Spartan.
Grab the last one. It's okay. Mira cómo salgo, güey. Después de salir media hora recarga el arma.
Enemy returns their flag.
Puta, nuestro Falcon no explotó. No, que aquí.
Nice.
¿Tú qué? ¿Te la pasas cargando baterías en todo el mapa o qué?
Power items inbound.
Mira.
1 minute remaining.
Power items up for grabs.
They have 2 Falcons. Hey, short, good job.
Let's find us some targets.
The enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag revealed.
¿Qué pedo con el puto lag a la verga, güey? Me quiero cambiar de red ahorita.
We've got sudden death.
Power weapons on the field.
Flag returned to base. We're now in overtime. Make it count, Spartans.
Mira, güey.
Reliable weapon.
¿Qué es esa mamada, güey?
Grab the skewer.
Falcon en 30, Falcon en 30. ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue?
Power items inbound. Power items.
Sí, güey, está bien pasado de verga, güey. A short behind you. I'm on the Falcon. Let's try to get the last flag. I think I'm lagging a lot, so let's see what we can do. There's just one dude there. Kill him. Nice. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No. Stay there, stay there. Okay, okay. Get down, get down, get down. No. Hey, Raid, the enemy flag is right there. Raid. En la bandera enemiga está ahí, Raid. No te pases de verga, güey. Raid. Raid. The enemy flag is right there. Hey, Husky. You fucking don't.
1 minute remaining.
De la verga, güey. Pinche gente sin cerebro, la verga, güey. Mira, güey. Puro pinche bot, güey. Todos se mueven como bots. Y otro Falcon ya no vamos a tener. ¿Aquí dónde sale el camo? Ah, sí, vamos a tener otro Falcon, pero se va.
The enemy has your flag.
¿Qué verga, güey? ¿Un camo o qué, güey?
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. Enemy flag carrier revealed.
Double kill.
A la verga.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Hey, Husky. No, short, short, come here. Come to the Falcon, short. Hey, come back, come back. Let him go, let him go. Let's take the flag, come on. Short.
Power items on the field. Enemy
Ceci, vámonos.
carrier spotted.
Come on, actually. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's take the flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
We've got
Actually, grab the flag. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, grab the flag. Come on, dude. Come on, come on, come on.
Enemy flag carrier revealed.
Nice. Come on. Hey, good job, actually. Come on, come on, come on. Nice.
an ally captured the
Buena,
flag.
perro.
Right share.
You won. Excellent work, Spartan.
Buena pinche, actually. Ah, de la verga, güey. A ver, ¿dónde está la pinche tarjeta de Wi-Fi? Aquí está. Conectamos esta mierda. Ok. Tal vez se va a caer el stream, no estoy seguro. A ver, nos conectamos al Wi-Fi. conectado. Descansa tú. Vamos a reiniciar el Jailito. Para que no se tarde tanto en entrar. El stream se me hace que no se cayó. Ya estoy abriendo otra vez el Halo. Y ahí está. Pues cargó en corto. Ta, 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 ta. Esta estaba crema. Esta quedó bien fea. ¿Dónde está la Mark 5? Mark 7. No me gustó, no me gustó. Está el cabalino. Pa, 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 pa.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
We've lost a teammate. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
An ally captured the flag.
Right ship.
We're earning our keep today, Spartan.
Spartan
An
down.
ally returned our flag.
Left
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. An ally took their flag.
Enemy captured the flag.
I changed my internet connection so I don't have lag anymore.
Ally captured the flag.
Racking up the accolades.
No! Almost. Mhm. Hey, protect the second flag, come on.
Enemy returned their flag.
Hey, we need people defending the second flag.
Flag right here.
They'll be feeling that one tomorrow.
Flag on mark.
Enemy returned their flag.
¿Y tú qué? ¿Y tú qué, carnal? Justo lo que ocupaba.
Power items on the way.
Ay, este pendejo pinche Landon puñetas.
Power items up for grabs. Plasma grenades acquired.
S7 sniper here.
30 seconds for the Falcon.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Ten seconds for the Falcon. Probably even less.
An ally returned our flag.
Hey, short, can you come back? Let's finish this. Let's take it.
Ally
Okay.
captured the flag.
Right here.
You looked sharp in that victory, Spartan. Keep it up.
Las tres banderas. That's okay, dude. As long as you are able to hear, you already have some advantage.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Gravity hammer inbound. Dynamo grenades obtained.
No te pases de verga. Hey, good job, short. That fucker used the repulsor and killed me when I shot of my own canyon. No. De la verga.
Down there.
Dynamo grenades acquired. Power items inbound. Power items available.
¿Qué es eso?
Power weapons incoming. Power weapons up for grabs.
Pop their shields.
Keep rolling. An ally took their flag.
Es como que tiene mi flag.
Look, I'm not gonna say Master Chief, but, well, he does.
¿Qué tiene mi flag? Como someone.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. They have our flag. Not good. Enemy flag carrier revealed. Enemy flag carrier revealed.
Ally returned our flag.
Y yo,
Ally captured the flag.
Plasma pistol inbound. Power items on the way. Plasma pistol available.
Grab that S7 sniper.
¿Cómo Banshee help? No. Banshee.
Enemy returned their flag.
Hey, nice rise, Razor.
The enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Flag returned to base.
Phew. Nice work, Spartan.
No sabía que íbamos ganando por una.
Target spotted. Enemy hit.
Power items incoming.
In my sights.
Power items available.
Three people on the left, three people on the left. We need help on the left, we need help on the left, we need help on the flag.
In my sights.
Good job, Buffalo.
Target spotted.
Plasma pistol inbound.
No, no, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Don't cross us again. Plasma pistol available.
Killing spree.
Right on the left. Right on the left. People in northbound.
The enemy has your flag.
Incoming.
They
Watch
took our
out,
Banshee.
dear friends.
5 minutes remaining.
Don't cross us again, friends.
An ally returned our flag.
Hey, I need some help with the Banshee, come on.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. Watch out there, friends.
An ally returned our flag.
Friends.
Need some help.
Flag right here. Target spotted.
Plasma pistol inbound. Power items incoming. Plasma pistol available. Wheels.
The enemy has your flag.
Come on, the flag, dudes. The flag. There's a camo. Come on, kill someone. Oh, fucking man.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. What a shot!
Enemy captured the flag.
Grapple shot acquired. Plasma pistol available.
An ally returned our flag.
Kill.
Power items incoming. Let's get going. Power items available.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill.
One minute remaining.
Come on, take the flag. Take the flag.
Double kill.
Come on, come on, come on, go, 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 go. Fuck off, come on.
We've got sudden death.
They'll be feeling that one tomorrow.
Enemy returns their flag.
Almost had that.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Land hostile.
Double kill.
Add that silverware to the pile. An ally took their flag. Watch out there, friend.
Killing spree.
Get the new enemy flag, come on. Hey, smoke. Got smoke. Come here.
Inbound.
The second flag. Smoke.
An ally captured the flag.
Power equipment available.
Smoke. Get the flag. Come on.
Mark.
Don't cross us again, friend.
No one fucking can. Hey, gas smoke. Fuck you. Ah, that's okay, dude. It was not your fault.
Grapple shot obtained. Enemy flag carrier revealed. Power equipment inbound.
I have their weight on their base.
Flag right here.
On the field. An ally took their flag. Watch out there,
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Overkill.
An ally captured the flag.
Don't cross us again, friend.
Double kill. Killing frenzy.
Took the enemy flag.
Windshield wipe.
Watch out there, friends. Power en route.
Enemy returns their flag.
Too late.
Power
Vamos, pollo, 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 come on.
Don't cross us again, friend.
Hey, take the fucking flag.
Double kill.
No, no te vas a subir, pendejo. ¿Qué quieres? Órale, ¿quieres verga? Ahí está, pendejo.
Double kill.
Buena pericocos.
Rampage.
Took their flag.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
An ally captured the flag.
Sí.
Resulta ser que esta pareja
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Yeah, they spawn in 30 seconds. What do you mean by strats? Yeah, let's just take the Falcon and take the flags. Okay.
Target spotted. We've lost a teammate.
Estás agarrando mamadas, culero. Te vuelvo a arrollar, hijo de tu puta madre. Agarra la bandera, take the flag, take the flag. Come on, dude, órale, agarra, take the fucking flag. No, hombre, pinche puñetas. Pendejo, qué pollo. Hey, short, I'm behind you. Good job.
Power weapons en route.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed
A blue beam to the
themselves.
Falcon. Press Y
Power
and then shoot the blue beam. Nice.
enemy flag carrier revealed. They have our flag. Not good.
Grab the.
Returned their flag. An ally returned our flag.
Earning our keep today, Spartan.
The enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier spotted.
No.
Power weapons en route. Wow. I
Hey, Indy, I'm here.
can't believe my eyes. Power weapons on the field.
Hablas español, Indy, no mames. Ay, no, traen el sniper. Agarra la bandera, take the flag, take the flag. Get down, get down, get down.
The enemy has your flag.
Hey.
An ally captured the flag.
Enemy flag carrier revealed. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Double kill.
has revealed themselves.
Another one down. In my sights.
Enemy flag carrier spotted. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Enemy captured the flag.
¿Qué es aquí, puñetas? Pendejo, ¿qué estás haciendo aquí, güey? Tragando verga nomás, güey.
Stay mobile. Falcon here.
Here we go. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Ey, tu jefa, está atrás. Estoy enfrente de ti. No, hombre, olvídalo, te van a matar. Uy, si sobrevives aquí te agarro.
My shield's popped. Tower weapon up and running.
Te mamaste, jefa, es buena, perro. Buena, perro.
An ally captured the
Vente, güey.
flag.
Right shit.
I couldn't have done
Súbete,
it without you.
puñetas.
That is literally true.
An ally returned our flag.
Ahorita lo reparamos.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Écate, no va a explotar. Ah, la verga. Hijo de su puta madre.
They've taken our flag. Enemy flag carrier spotted.
¿Tú qué, pendejo? ¿Estás estúpido tú también o qué, güey? Aquí tenemos tres pendejos sin moverse. Pinche Final Jedi, el otro que no vi, no sé qué chingados, y ese otro pendejo, la verdad que no está aquí parado enfrente. Sí, tú, puñetas, ¿qué es aquí viendo,
They
imbécil?
have our
¿Eh?
flag.
Pendejo, si llevan la
Good.
pinche bandera y tragas verga, güey.
Enemy flag carrier revealed. Enemy shield down. Oh, big not a goodie.
Flag returned to base.
Phew. Nice work, Spartan. Power weapon inbound.
¡Ey, the fucking flag! ¡Defiendan la puta bandera, hijos de la verga! ¿Están pendejos o qué, güey? O sea, la pinche respuesta, no necesito la respuesta, ¿verdad? Para saber, pendejo. Pero...
The enemy has your flag.
Shot call. Double kill.
Power weapon inbound. Racking up the accolades. Left them in tatters. Power weapon
Double kill.
I couldn't have done it without you. That is literally true.
Flag returned to base.
Safe and sound back home. carrier revealed. Oh gosh, that's an intimidating weapon.
Nah, hombre.
Flag returned to base.
Ahora resulta.
Nice work, Spartan.
El pobre, el pobre. Qué raro. Pero si no fue otro juego, ahí está jugando la verga.
Power weapons inbound.
Ya te culeaste.
5 minutes remaining.
Ya te
Power
culeaste.
weapons up for grabs.
Enemy there.
Culeo. ¿Te vas a quedar el fútbol o te vas a culear? Mira.
Killing spree. Double kill.
The enemy has your flag.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Triple kill.
Hey, more people in the flag, more people in the flag.
Target spotted.
They've taken our flag. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Enemy returned their flag.
Let's find us some targets.
People in our base.
Flag returned to base.
Safe and sound back home.
People on the left coming for the flag.
Enemy there.
There's two of them. Another warhook here. Hey, the flag, the flag, the flag, the flag. There is a warhook in the flag. Nice.
Power weapons en route. Power weapons now available.
Ally captured the flag.
GG's. Doctor Dozer. ¿Te vas a culear al foot? ¿Te vas a culear al foot?
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Mute your mic, Chud. Mute your keyboard, bitch. Hey, short, where are you going, dude? Where are you going? Okay, it's okay.
The enemy has your flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Spartan down.
An ally captured the flag.
Reliable weapon. They've taken our flag.
Enemy captured the flag.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. Power equipment en route. Run like the wind. They know where we are. Power equipment on the field. Our team took the enemy flag.
Flag right here.
An ally captured the flag.
Nice. Hey, people in our flag, people in our flag.
The enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier revealed. All this but I'm good. We're going quiet. Grapple shot acquired.
Enemy returned their flag. Flag returned to base.
Safe and sound back home. Power equipment en route.
Got camo.
Enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier spotted. Another one dead.
Another one down.
Flag returned to base.
Phew. Nice work, Spartan.
Shot call. Grapple jack.
Enemy there. Active camo
Power
here.
equipment incoming. Power equipment available. Plasma grenades obtained. Like a bolt from the blue.
Flag on mark.
Someone in our base. Oh, nice save.
Power
No,
equipment
dynamic?
incoming.
Oh no.
They'll be feeling that one tomorrow. Power equipment has arrived.
Double kill.
Enemy has your flag.
Enemy flag carrier revealed. Threat sensor acquired.
Flag returned to base.
Safe and sound back home. But a goodie.
Killing spree.
Threat sensors active. I'm proud of you. Yes, I'm proud of us. targets.
5 minutes remaining.
Power equipment available. Eat lead, hostile. They'll be feeling that one tomorrow. Beautiful shot. Nice. Go zap some shields. Power equipment has arrived.
Hey, our flag, our fucking flag! There's people in our flag, come on!
The enemy has your flag. Enemy returned their flag.
Spike grenades acquired.
Another one down.
They've taken our flag. Enemy flag carrier revealed.
Nice. Hey, come on, there's the, hey! The fucking flag, you dumb fucks!
An
Nice.
ally returned our flag.
Great.
Equipment incoming.
Hey, take the raid. We need to defend 1 minute.
An ally took their flag.
No.
Another victory, Spartan.
Next one will be my last one.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
A la verga, 29 viewers, ves a la verga, pinches locos, güey. 31 viewers. Un comentario o algo. Un comentario o algo, ándale. Nembe.
Flag on mark.
Un cuento o algo. Mira.
Double kill. Triple kill.
You're a legend. This is the proof.
You are a legend. This is the proof.
Our team took the enemy flag.
Think you're clear, right?
An ally captured the flag.
Ah.
Let's get going.
Oh, thank you. Tinkan. Wait, short. Let me push.
Killing spree.
No, 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 it's in the back,
Active camo is out. Stay alert.
No, hey, the right is right there, short. I had repair fields. Short, can you take the repair fields and use it on the right? They're right there on the ground.
An ally took their flag.
Hey, help short, come on! Raid the enemy flag!
An ally returned our flag.
I couldn't have done it without you.
El más jalador.
He has your flag.
We have eyes
Jalando
on the enemy
24/7.
flag carrier.
No hay horario de jale.
Target spotted.
No te puedes quejar de que tu jefe te explota cuando te explotas a ti mismo.
Ally captured the flag.
S7 sniper.
A la verga, ¿qué hace ese pendejo con...? No mames. No, señor Stark. De la verga. Uah. Ya que se acabe. A la verga. Elite Blood Blade. Hey Ryan,
He has your flag.
We have
the
eyes
defender
on
flag.
the enemy flag carrier.
Nice. Pendejos de sus granadas, todas mal aventadas.
Pop their shield.
They've taken our flag.
Right share.
Yes.
Ally
Good night,
captured
short.
the flag. You've won. Excellent work, Spartan.
Until next one. Until next one, dude. A la verga. Pues buenas noches a todos. Hacemos un stream de viendo mis videos recomendados en YouTube. Viendo videos. Mira, a ver. Si abro una nueva ventana y abro YouTube. A ver. No, cambió todo. Respirar cuesta dinero, el episodio que predijo tu futuro. El juego que sería imposible de publicar. Tal vez no estaría mal ver YouTube. Tal vez, a ver. Vamos a abrir el OS. YouTube Raid. O sea, ahí mira, ya están viendo. Podemos cerrar el Halo para que se deje de escuchar. Y podemos poner este video. Yo no me quiero dormir, pero quiero ver tantito eso. Pero este que es Shadowman, este nunca lo jugué. Vamos a ver qué dice. A la verga, pinche ruidazo, qué pedo.
Hace poco publicamos la reseña del juego Lollipop Chainsaw para Play 3, y el foco fue algo así como que todo sería cancelable. Y para seguir en ese hilo, hoy voy un paso más lejos y además viajo más en el tiempo porque nos vamos a la primera PlayStation. Este era un juego de 1999 que mezclaba una licencia de cómic con vudú, muertos que querían volver al mundo real y asesinos tan turbios que varios tenían raíces obvias en criminales reales. Y encima, cuando el debate por la violencia en los videojuegos explotó en Estados Unidos, Acclaim tuvo que meter mano y censurar cosas a las apuradas. Pero lo interesante es que no todo desapareció. Quedaron rastros, modelos ocultos, ideas descartadas y una versión remasterizada que años después recuperó parte de lo perdido. Hoy vamos a ver qué tenía ese título para incomodar tanto, qué se tuvo que suavizar y por qué sería bastante difícil de publicar igual en la actualidad. Les doy la bienvenida, yo soy Paul y esto es el Portal Gamer. Hoy Shadowman para PlayStation 1, digo para Sega Dreamcast. Cuando salió este juego, Acclaim apenas había comprado Valiant Comics y quería transformar obviamente esas propiedades en dinero. De hecho, le había funcionado bastante bien con Turok, así que se pusieron en campaña para revisar el listado de cómics que habían comprado, a ver cuál podría ser el próximo éxito. Acá es cuando la compañía se topa con Shadowman. Para quienes no lo sepan, en los cómics originales de 1992, el protagonista era un saxofonista de Nueva Orleans llamado Jack Boniface. Pero el juego toma una etapa posterior, más precisamente la de Mike Leroy, un personaje mucho más violento y siniestro. Pero antes de esto, la misma compañía había enviado varios cómics de Valiant al estudio británico que luego pasaríamos a conocer como Acclaim Studios Tessie. Tenían varias opciones para elegir, entre ellas se encontraban Ninjak, Magnus Robot Fighter, Bloodshot, Trinity Angels y finalmente Shadowman. De todos esos, pensaron que el último les cerraba más porque podían hacer una alta mezcla de vudú, mundo sobrenatural, asesinos y aventura 3D. A pesar de que les dieron estas historias de Valiant, el equipo ya tenía ideas propias antes de que le llevaran los cómics. Un concepto que ya tenían definido giraba alrededor de asesinos seriales. El desarrollo estuvo a cargo de Acclaim Studios Tessie, un estudio que antes había sido Optimus Software, después Iguana UK y más tarde quedó dentro de Acclaim. Venían de trabajos muy distintos, desde juegos de 8 y 16 bits, hasta NBA Jam Tournament y Forsaken 64. Shadowman fue un salto gigante porque implicaba una aventura larga, con exploración, combate, plataformas y un mundo interconectado en plena transición al 3D moderno. Simon Phipps y Guy Miller fueron claves en el diseño, la historia y los niveles. Phipps venía de Core Design, así que las comparaciones con Tomb Raider surgieron rápidamente. Tenía sentido por los saltos, la
Bien feo el
exploración
modelo de la
y los
Lara
escenarios
Croft.
grandes. Pero el equipo hablaba más de Zelda de Super Nintendo, Mario 64 y esos mundos que se expanden cuando ganamos nuevas habilidades. Buscaban crear caminos bloqueados, vueltas a zonas anteriores y herramientas que funcionaran como llaves. También querían hacer algo similar a Resident Evil, pero en 3D real y a gran
Se ve
escala.
chido el diseño
En
artístico de ese juego.
1999 eso era bastante decir. Resident había demostrado que el miedo vendía muy bien. Silent Hill estaba llevando el género hacia otro lugar más psicológico, y Acclaim quería meterse en esa conversación con su propio estilo. Pero Shadowman, digamos que era más un viaje espiritual con una estructura de aventura enorme. Hay un dato interesante con Jack the Ripper. Según Phipps, Jack el Destripador ni siquiera estaba pensado originalmente para el juego. Había una zona del metro de Londres asociada a otro asesino llamado Blindman, pero al describir cómo debía verse el Asylum, alguien dijo que tenía que parecer victoriano, como si lo hubiese diseñado el propio Jack el Destripador. El equipo se quedó mirando, entendió que ahí había algo mucho más fuerte, y por eso la idea entró al juego. El Asylum también tuvo una raíz visual muy concreta. Guy Miller estaba fascinado con la Torre de Babel de Peter Breger, y de ahí salió la idea de tomar esa imagen gigantesca, darle su toque gótico y convertirla en una Babel negra. Esa referencia ayudó a darle al juego una estructura muy reconocible, más cercana a una pesadilla monumental que a un escenario común. El juego tuvo bastante contenido recortado. Night Dive confirmó años después que el remaster del que hablaremos en detalle más adelante restauró varios niveles eliminados del juego. La idea era que varios asesinos tuviesen su propio escenario, en vez de resolver parte de eso en una cárcel. Pero por falta de tiempo, todo ese material quedó afuera. Otra parte fuerte tiene que ver con la violencia. Shadowman llegó a tener violencia gráfica, pero después de la masacre de Columbine en abril del 99, Acclaim recibió presión por el debate político sobre videojuegos violentos en Estados Unidos. Claro, son los videojuegos, no que venden armas en los shoppings. Es así que se habría ordenado suavizar contenido a toda velocidad. Pero, a pesar de esto, quedaron rastros claros, habitaciones con sangre, escenas duras y datos internos con modelos descartados, como cuerpos colgados, restos humanos y enemigos que no llegaron al corte final. Hay una anécdota que resume perfecto esa censura apurada. En una habitación, al disparar al techo, el juego registra el impacto como si la bala pegara en carne. Al revisar qué pasaba, se descubrió que había un cuerpo clavado en el techo con instrumentos quirúrgicos. Como necesitaban ocultarlo rápido, eliminaron las texturas y el cuerpo quedó invisible. Pero parte de la colisión seguía ahí. El juego tuvo otra forma en sus primeras propuestas. Hay referencias a una idea donde el protagonista era Thomas Deacon. La aventura ocurría en Nueva York y la jugabilidad se enfocaba en cazar demonios. Esa versión quedó descartada temprana, pero muestra que el
Está
proyecto
bueno, güey,
cambió
pero
bastante antes de encontrar su
¿cómo quedó el
identidad
juego?
final.
Estás hablando
En
mucho
cuanto a
de
las
todo lo que
versiones,
quitaron.
originalmente fue pensado
Qué
primero
pedo.
para PC, después Acclaim decidió llevarla a Nintendo
Las escenas
64,
caminando.
PlayStation
Pero
y
mira,
Sega Dreamcast.
PlayStation
El port de
64.
PlayStation sufrió mucho por la
Me
presión de
refiero que este debe
tiempo
ser del
y la
Dreamcast,
poca
¿no?
experiencia del equipo con ese hardware.
O
Quedó
este será
súper
64.
recortado con muchos menos efectos de sonido que la original.
No, tiene
Eso
que
sin
ser
contar el
Dreamcast.
pobre rendimiento in-game. La de Dreamcast tuvo mejor suerte porque la consola de Sega podía acercarse mucho más a la versión de PC. Incluso así,
Ah, ese era el de
este
PC.
port salió con apuro. Paul Taylor, programador principal de esa versión, contó que todavía estaba mandando revisiones al departamento de pruebas cuando el juego ya había sido publicado. Y recordemos que en esa época no había parches, ahí había que mandar a fabricar los discos de nuevo. El primer disco tenía un fallo serio de sonido. Después de un par de horas, muchos efectos dejaban de sonar o salían distorsionados. El problema ya estaba encontrado y corregido, pero la versión inicial llegó al mercado antes de tiempo. Tim Haywood, el compositor, merece mención aparte. Según su propio recuerdo, vivió cerca de un año encerrado en las oficinas de Acclaim durante todo el desarrollo. Tenía cama, ducha y cocina. Su trabajo iba mucho más allá de componer temas. Tuvo que adaptar música para distintas tarjetas de sonido en PC, trabajar efectos, diálogos, versiones en varios idiomas y el tratamiento sonoro de Dead Side. Antes de meternos con la trama, es importante mencionar que salió una versión remasterizada que merece esta mención aparte. Shadowman Remastered salió en PC el 15 de abril de 2021 y en 2022 para PlayStation 4, Xbox One y Switch. Para mí, hoy en día, es la forma más recomendable de jugarlo sin pelear tanto con el paso del tiempo. Night Dive no se limitó a subir la resolución, también mejoró iluminación, texturas, controles, compatibilidad moderna y varias cuestiones de calidad de vida que hacen que la exploración sea menos áspera. Pero lo más importante es que recuperó contenido que había quedado afuera en el juego original, incluyendo niveles como Summer Camp, Asylum Station y Experimentation Rooms. Eso no es menor, porque en el plan original, como mencioné antes, varios asesinos iban a tener escenarios propios, y parte de esa ambición se perdió por falta de tiempo. Y tengo buenas noticias si querés jugarlo en PC, porque ahora mismo en Instant Gaming está con descuento a solo 3,99 €. Como ven en pantalla, en Instant Gaming suelen tener descuentos que se actualizan todo el tiempo.
2
Con
euros
entrega
y me estoy
digital
arriesgando.
rápida para comprar y ponerse a jugar sin tantas vueltas. Soporte 24/7 y distintos métodos de pago según tu país. Además, dato importante, Instant Gaming no es un marketplace, no permite vendedores externos y las claves vienen de fuentes originales. Además, si usan el link que les dejo en la descripción y en el comentario fijado, sumado que vas a conseguir juegos más baratos, también ayudan directamente a que el portal gamer siga creciendo y pueda tener más reseñas como esta. Gracias a Instant Gaming por patrocinar este video, y ahora sí, volvamos a la trama que es uno de los núcleos del juego. En este mundo somos Mike Leroy, un hombre marcado por una fuerza espiritual que lo convierte en Shadow Man. Mike puede moverse entre el Life Side, el mundo de los vivos, y Dead Side, el mundo de los muertos. Lleva una máscara vudú incrustada en el pecho, y eso ya nos da un poco la impronta de qué va a tener el juego. El poder aparece como una carga que lo atraviesa físicamente. La trama principal es bastante simple, como deben ser. La muerte no funciona como descanso ni tampoco como castigo. Absolutamente todos terminan en Dead Side. Gente común, víctimas, criminales, lo que se te ocurra. Todos vamos ahí. Dentro de ese plano, algunos asesinos encuentran una forma de organizarse y planear su regreso al mundo real. Ahí entra Mike, atrapado entre una misión espiritual y una amenaza que puede romper la frontera entre ambos mundos. The Five son el núcleo de esa amenaza. El juego los presenta como asesinos convertidos en algo más grande que simples jefes de nivel.
Es como el vato de San Andrés.
Acá está una de las partes más turbinas. Varios están inspirados en criminales reales
turbinas?
o figuras muy reconocibles del
Masturba-
imaginario criminal.
mastur-
Avery Marks remite
masturbinas.
bastante a Ed Gein. Milton Pike suele asociarse con Gary Ridgway, aunque eso no está confirmado del todo. Víctor Batrakian
No más
mezcla
turbias,
ecos de Harold
más
Shipman
turbinas.
con una apariencia muy cercana a Aníbal Lecter. Y Jack el Destripador, bueno, es Jack el Destripador. Entonces la amenaza no se siente como demonios
La
genéricos
crema,
ni
la
monstruos de
serpiente
laboratorio.
esa con
Son miedos
calavera
bastante humanos, basados por un filtro exagerado de un cómic de los años 90.
y sombrero.
El Asylum dentro de la historia es como una fortaleza espiritual donde los condenados preparan su regreso. Es el lugar donde entendemos que la amenaza tiene una estructura y un plan. Mamá Nettie es una figura del centro de esa mitología. Está vinculada al vudú, a la profecía y al rol de Shadowman, como guardián entre planos. Su presencia le da al conflicto un sentido digamos que más ritualístico. Mike no es el típico Batman que sale a la noche a perseguir criminales. Él queda literalmente metido en una guerra espiritual donde su cuerpo, su poder y su destino forman parte del mismo problema. County aporta uno de los contrastes más raros del juego. Es una criatura asociada a las puertas del Dead Side, con mucha personalidad y un tono muy particular. Es una especie de guía rara y tiene cositas de personaje de cómic edgy. En mi opinión, no rompe el clima tenebroso. De hecho, funciona porque Shadowman siempre camina por esa frontera entre lo turbio, lo teatral y lo grotesco. Cuando avanzamos entendemos el conflicto por diálogos, pero también por los lugares que visitamos. Cada zona nos dice que ese plano tiene leyes y que Mike apenas está aprendiendo a moverse dentro de ellas. Por eso el enfoque de hoy este juego sería funado tiene bastante sentido para mí. Shadowman pertenece a una época
¿Por qué
donde un
funado?
estudio podía agarrar una licencia de cómic, meterle asesinos seriales, vudú, muerte, crimen y un apocalipsis sin frenar cada 2 segundos a pedir permiso. Todo tiene ese exceso de finales de los 90, cuando los juegos todavía podían ser brutales y raros sin pasar por 20 filtros de marketing.
Como si no existieran juegos bien violentos, se va ahora.
Si de la jugabilidad se trata, Podemos decir que es una mezcla de acción en tercera persona, con plataformas,
Jugabilidad,
exploración
bla, bla.
y progreso por habilidades.
Diseño audiovisual, pues eso
Básicamente
ya lo
nos
vimos.
movemos entre Life
Ah,
Side
pues,
y Dead Side. Abrimos
hasta ahí
caminos,
mero,
volvemos
carnal.
a zonas anteriores y vamos
Nintendo
entendiendo de a
going to
poco
say gaming
cómo
by
se
accident.
conecta todo. Su estructura tiene mucho de aventura
Éxitos
3D,
de los 90,
con algo de
de los
Metroidvania,
80.
antes de que esa palabra se usara para describir cualquier cosa con una puerta
Best
cerrada.
local
El
AI
avance
video
nos pide
generator.
mucha memoria espacial. Sin eso no llegaremos a ningún lado. Vemos accesos que quedan
La Odisea
pendientes,
nunca fue
caminos
solo de
bloqueados,
Odisea.
zonas que exigen cierto poder y objetos que más tarde
Vamos a ver si
funcionan
me
como
sorprende con algo nuevo este vato.
Hace casi 3000 años, alguien contó por primera vez la historia de un hombre que tardaba 20 años en volver a casa. Y esa historia no ha dejado de contarse desde entonces. La Odisea es el poema más antiguo de la literatura occidental. El molde original de cada historia de regreso, de pérdida y de reconstrucción que se ha escrito después. Y ahora Christopher Nolan la vuelve a contar. Y en su versión, el verdadero monstruo que Odiseo tiene que enfrentar es la culpa de haber usado algo sagrado para ganar una guerra. En este video vamos a recorrer ese viaje completo, desde el Cíclope hasta el regreso silencioso a Ítaca. Pero más que las criaturas y las pruebas, lo que nos interesa es lo que hay debajo, porque cada isla, cada tormenta y cada dios de esta historia esconde un código antiguo sobre cómo se reconstruye un hombre cuando ha perdido el rumbo de sí mismo. Un código que sigue funcionando exactamente igual 3000 años después. 20 años sin llegar a casa. La película comienza 20 años después del caballo de Troya, con Odiseo todavía sin regresar a Ítaca. Y en Ítaca, su hijo Telémaco enfrenta solo la presión de decenas de pretendientes que ocupan su palacio, cortejan a su madre Penélope y esperan el momento en que puedan quedarse con todo. Telémaco no tiene certeza de si su padre sigue vivo, solo tiene la obligación de sostener un reino que se le está escapando entre las manos y la necesidad de salir él mismo a buscar respuestas. Mientras tanto, Odiseo permanece en la isla de Calipso, cuyo nombre en griego antiguo significa la que oculta, el arquetipo de la naturaleza que envuelve y adormece la voluntad. Y ahí, además de su amor, come la flor del loto, esa fruta que apaga la memoria y el deseo de regresar a casa. Las dos cosas juntas funcionan como una especie de sueño profundo del alma, muy parecido a lo que tradiciones antiguas describían como beber de las aguas del olvido antes de encarnar. Una comodidad tan completa que borra hasta la urgencia de recordar quién se era antes de llegar ahí. Esa mezcla entre el hechizo de Calipso y el sueño del loto no es casualidad. En la alquimia, el loto suele representar la materia todavía dormida, el alma sumergida en su propia densidad antes de poder abrirse hacia algo más elevado. Y ese es justo el estado en que encontramos a Odiseo, convertido en esa materia sin trabajar, suspendido en el tiempo, esperando algo que ni siquiera sabe que necesita para empezar a transformarse. Mientras su padre olvida quién es, Telémaco empieza su propio viaje, saliendo de Ítaca para buscar noticias, preguntando a otros reyes que sí volvieron de la guerra si saben algo del destino de Odiseo. Y esa búsqueda del padre tiene una raíz muy antigua. En varias tradiciones esotéricas, el padre representa el principio original, la fuente de la que todo procede, algo parecido al padre desconocido del que hablaban los gnósticos, esa presencia oculta que hay que encontrar antes de poder ocupar el propio lugar en el mundo. Telémaco, buscando a Odiseo, está buscando en realidad esa fuente, el origen que le permitirá sostenerse como rey. El regreso de la memoria. En algún punto, Calipso, la misma que lo retiene, es quien empieza a ayudarlo a recuperar la memoria, y esa recuperación, fragmento por fragmento, funciona casi como un renacimiento. Cada recuerdo que regresa es también un pedazo de identidad que vuelve a su lugar, como si Odiseo tuviera que reconstruirse a sí mismo, antes de poder reconstruir el camino de vuelta a casa. y en cuanto la memoria regresa, la película empieza a contar todo lo que ocurrió desde la caída de Troya hasta ese momento. El primer recuerdo que regresa es también el más pesado, el caballo de Troya, esa idea que le dio la victoria a los griegos después de 10 años de guerra. Funciona en la película como la raíz de la culpa que Odiseo va a sostener durante el resto del viaje. Los griegos lo presentaron ante los troyanos como una ofrenda de Atenea para ganarse su favor, sabiendo que el caballo era también el animal sagrado de Poseidón. Usar ese símbolo de devoción religiosa para esconder soldados armados y tomar la ciudad por sorpresa fue, en el fondo, convertir un objeto sagrado en un instrumento de guerra, profanando lo mismo que decía honrar. La ley de Zeus es mencionada varias veces a lo largo de la historia y funciona como una ley natural, la misma que las tradiciones herméticas llamaban el principio de causa y efecto. La idea de que nada ocurre por azar y que toda acción trae consigo su propia consecuencia. Toda transgresión de lo sagrado genera una fuerza contraria que busca restablecer ese equilibrio. Odiseo profanó lo sagrado para ganar la guerra, y desde ese instante, esa misma ley empezó a actuar sobre él. Dentro de ese origen, aparece también la figura de Atenea, presente en distintos momentos del viaje, como guía y protectora de Odiseo. Y sin embargo, la misma diosa que lo ayuda es también, de algún modo, el recordatorio constante de lo que se profanó en su propio templo durante el saqueo de Troya. Atenea funciona en esta historia con una doble cara. Es la inteligencia que le abre caminos a Odiseo cuando parece no haber salida, y es al mismo tiempo la presencia que nunca lo deja olvidar del todo, el precio de lo que hizo para llegar hasta ahí. El viaje de vuelta que se convierte en castigo. Con Troya en cenizas, comienza el intento de regreso a casa, y ahí la historia empieza a mostrar, una por una, las pruebas que van a exigir de Odiseo, algo mucho más profundo que la simple fuerza física. Primero llega el encuentro con el cíclope Polifemo, hijo de Poseidón, que atrapa a Odiseo y a sus hombres dentro de su cueva, y empieza a devorarlos. Existe una tradición mítica donde Apolo, el dios solar, termina enfrentado a los cíclopes, y ahí se sostiene la idea de que esa criatura representa una fuerza ciega y volcánica del instinto, algo que solo el principio de la luz y la conciencia puede someter. Odiseo hiere al cíclope y logra escapar junto a sus hombres, usando exactamente esa luz que Polifemo nunca tuvo, el ingenio en lugar de la fuerza bruta. Al sentirse herido, Polifemo le pide a su padre Poseidón que se vengue por él, y esa venganza es lo que convierte el resto del regreso a casa en un castigo. Después de escapar de Polifemo, la tripulación de Odiseo, ya reducida por la maldición de Poseidón, se enfrenta a los lestrigones, gigantes caníbales que atacan la flota con una fuerza arrasadora y repentina. De varios barcos que quedaban, solo sobrevive uno. Ese ataque no da tiempo para ninguna estrategia, ni ningún engaño. Es puro poder destructivo, y deja a Odiseo con muy pocos hombres para todo lo que falta por venir. En algunas lecturas simbólicas, estos gigantes representan la irracionalidad y la brutalidad que habitan en lo más profundo de la psique colectiva. Esas fuerzas que no negocian ni dan aviso, simplemente arrasan cuando se les cruza en el camino. Después llega la isla de Circe, y ahí ocurre una de las escenas más impactantes de la película. Circe recibe a los hombres de Odiseo con hospitalidad, y poco a poco los va convirtiendo en cerdos. Circe es, en muchas tradiciones, la primera bruja de la literatura occidental, la figura que domina las fuerzas ocultas de la naturaleza y ejerce sobre la materia algo parecido a lo que la alquimia después llamaría transmutación. Y lo que su magia termina revelando es el centro mismo de esta escena. La bestia que aparece en esos hombres no es algo que ella les impone desde afuera, es algo que ya vivía en ellos desde antes, apenas cubierto por la piel humana. Cuando por fin les devuelve su forma, no les dice que vuelvan a ser hombres, les dice vuelvan a su disfraz, como si esa piel humana fuera solo eso, un disfraz sobre algo mucho más antiguo y menos domesticado. Odiseo se salva de la transformación porque logra ver el engaño antes de probar la comida, y solo por eso puede negarse a comerla, a pesar del hambre. Esa capacidad de dominar el propio instinto es justo lo que lo protege. Ninguna hechicería puede someter a alguien que ya ejerce control sobre sus propios impulsos. Más adelante, Odiseo llega a una isla donde realiza un ritual para invocar a los muertos y consultar al adivino Tiresias. Ahí lo esperan presencias muy específicas de su propio pasado. Se presenta Sinón, quien le reclama directamente una traición que Odiseo nunca terminó de asumir. Se presenta también Agamenón, quien le aconseja algo que va a marcar todo el tramo final del viaje, que vuelva a casa disfrazado, sin anunciarse, porque ya ha visto de primera mano lo que le puede costar a un rey regresar confiado y sin cautela. Y finalmente aparece Tiresias, quien le confirma que solo él y nadie de su tripulación va a lograr pisar Ítaca otra vez. Ese ritual obliga a Odiseo a mirar de frente todo lo que dejó atrás y todo el peso real de sus propias decisiones. Nadie sale completamente igual después de enfrentar a sus propios muertos, y Odiseo regresa de ahí con la certeza de que ninguna victoria en la guerra alcanza para llenar lo que se perdió en el camino. Luego llegan las sirenas, y Odiseo escucha su canto. Después trata de poner en palabras lo que sintió. Dice que era como escuchar todo lo que más deseaba y todo lo que había perdido al mismo tiempo. En el mito de que narra Platón, unas sirenas parecidas se sientan sobre las esferas celestes entonando la armonía del cosmos, cada una emitiendo su propia nota dentro de un acorde mayor. Homero toma esa misma imagen y la invierte. La armonía que en Platón ordena el universo, aquí se convierte en una fuerza capaz de destruir a cualquiera que la escuche sin estar preparado para soportarla. Odiseo se ata al mástil de su barco y ordena que nadie lo suelte pase lo que pase, porque solo atado a algo más firme que su propio deseo puede escuchar esa armonía sin ser arrastrado por ella. Después viene el paso entre Escila y Caribdis, un monstruo de 6 cabezas de un lado y un remolino capaz de tragarse el barco entero del otro. Odiseo elige acercarse más a Escila, aceptando la pérdida de varios de sus hombres, en lugar de arriesgar la nave completa en el remolino. No hay ahí una salida limpia, solo la decisión de cuál pérdida se puede sostener. Y finalmente, detenidos por vientos contrarios y sin comida, los hombres de Odiseo matan y devoran el ganado sagrado de Apolo, a pesar de todas las advertencias recibidas. Cuando por fin logran salir de nuevo al mar, un rayo destruye la nave y todos mueren. Solo Odiseo sobrevive, aferrado a los restos del barco, y termina en la isla de Calipso, comiendo el loto que le hará olvidar todo lo que acaba de recordar. El salto al vacío. Con la memoria ya recuperada, Odiseo por fin logra salir de la isla de Calipso, construye con sus propias manos una balsa, y mientras navega, una tormenta la va destrozando poco a poco. Ahí queda en medio del mar, sin nave, sin nada que lo sostenga excepto su propio cuerpo agotado. Ese instante, el de quedarse sin absolutamente nada, es el verdadero salto de fe. Soltarse al vacío sin ninguna garantía de a dónde se va a llegar, porque antes de que algo nuevo pueda nacer en una persona, primero tiene que derrumbarse todo lo viejo. El mar en toda esta historia funciona como esa fuerza que nadie controla del todo, esa parte nuestra que a veces calma y a veces hunde, algo que solo se atraviesa y se acepta, sosteniéndose apenas en la propia voluntad. El regreso silencioso. Cuando por fin Odiseo pisa Ítaca, llega en silencio, disfrazado de mendigo, y ese disfraz guarda un peso mucho más profundo que la simple estrategia. En la tradición griega, el mendigo es precisamente la figura bajo la que un dios podría presentarse para poner a prueba la hospitalidad de los hombres, la misma ley de Zeus que ya se ha mencionado en esta historia. Odiseo, el rey que profanó lo sagrado con el caballo de Troya, regresa ahora despojado de cualquier señal visible de poder. Y es justo así, sin corona ni ejército, que logra rescatar a su hijo Telémaco de un ataque de los pretendientes. El poder real, entonces, no estaba en el trono ni en la espada, sino en algo que ningún disfraz pudo quitarle. Penélope, durante todo ese tiempo, sostiene sola el peso de un palacio invadido, ganando tiempo frente a las pretendientes con distintas estrategias, sin ceder el lugar de reina, mientras no tenga certeza de lo que pasó con su esposo. Esa espera es una forma de fidelidad que también exige fuerza. Sostener un espacio vacío durante 20 años, sin dejar que nadie más lo ocupe. Su truco de tejer de día y destejer de noche recuerda a las Moiras, las tejedoras del destino en la mitología griega. Penélope, a su manera, también teje y desteje el tiempo, deteniendo el curso normal de los acontecimientos, hasta que llegue el momento correcto para que la historia continúe. El plan de Odiseo llega a su momento decisivo, con la prueba del arco y las 12 hachas, un desafío que ninguno de los pretendientes logra superar. Ni siquiera consiguen tensar el arco lo suficiente para intentarlo. El número 12 en el ocultismo es sobre todo el número de la iniciación. Son 12 los trabajos que Hércules debe completar para ser admitido entre los dioses, y el arcano 12 del tarot, el colgado, representa precisamente el sacrificio consciente que antecede a cualquier transformación real. Atravesar las 12 hachas con una sola flecha es la prueba física de una iniciación que él ya llevaba resuelta por dentro, desde mucho antes de tomar el arco. Después de 20 años de guerra, tormentas y pérdidas, sigue siendo el único capaz de lograrlo, y eso confirma que en medio de todo lo que perdió durante el viaje, algo en él permanece intacto. A partir de ahí llega la matanza de los pretendientes, la restitución de un orden que llevaba 20 años usurpado, y llega también el discurso final de Odiseo, quizás el momento más importante de toda la película, donde habla de cómo el mismo fuego que quemó las murallas de Troya puede terminar consumiendo el mundo entero, si nadie asume la responsabilidad de haberlo encendido. La ley de Zeus vuelve a aparecer aquí, funcionando como el mecanismo que finalmente permite cerrar el ciclo de violencia que él mismo desató con el caballo de Troya. Pero ese cierre tiene un precio. La ley ya se rompió una vez, y lo que sigue después de una ruptura así, nunca es un regreso al mismo lugar de antes. Odiseo habla del final de la Edad de Bronce, el colapso real de toda una civilización, y lo que la historia confirma es que después de ese derrumbe no vuelve el mismo mundo, sino uno distinto, más duro, la Edad de Hierro, un tiempo donde los hombres ya no pueden apoyarse en los mismos dioses, ni en las mismas certezas de antes. Saber, querer, osar y callar. Hay una lectura muy antigua de esta historia, que viene del ocultista francés Eliphas Lévy, y que ilumina de otra forma todo lo que acabamos de recorrer. Lévy decía que el iniciado en los misterios necesita 4 cualidades para llegar a la realización de su propio camino: saber lo que se debe hacer, querer con exactitud, osar en el momento justo y callar con discernimiento. Y decía también que Odiseo tuvo en su contra a los dioses, a los elementos, a los cíclopes, a las sirenas, a Circe, y aún así logró aplacar a los dioses, escapar del mal, cegar al cíclope, engañar a las sirenas, dominar a Circe y recuperar su palacio. Todo porque supo lo que debía hacer. Quiso con exactitud volver a ver a Ítaca, osó cuando tenía que osar y calló cuando convenía callar. Esas mismas 4 cualidades, según Lévy, son las que separan a cualquier iniciado de quien simplemente sufre la vida sin transformarla. Con esas 4 cualidades ya puestas a prueba, la historia cierra con una decisión que se aparta por completo del poema original. En el poema, Odiseo se queda en Ítaca, reina y envejece ahí. En esta versión, después de todo lo vivido, Odiseo se va junto a Penélope y deja el trono en manos de su hijo Telémaco, el hijo que tuvo que madurar solo, saliendo a buscar respuestas mientras su padre seguía atrapado en el olvido. Es quien termina heredando el reino. Odiseo, en cambio, ya cumplió ahí su función. Lo que le queda por vivir tiene que ver con estar presente, por primera vez en 20 años, junto a la mujer que sostuvo ese territorio para que él pudiera regresar. Saber, querer, osar y callar no son virtudes que pertenezcan solo a un rey griego de hace 3000 años. Son las mismas 4 virtudes que cualquiera necesita para atravesar su propio naufragio, su propia isla de olvido, su propio regreso a casa. La pregunta es cuál de las 4 nos falta desarrollar en este momento de la vida y qué tan dispuestos estamos a ponerlas en práctica, incluso cuando duela. Y hay algo más que esta historia deja resonando. Odiseo habla al final del cierre de una era completa, del paso de la edad de bronce a la edad de hierro, sin poder ver todavía con claridad qué es lo que viene después. Vale la pena preguntarse si nosotros, ahora mismo, no estamos presenciando algo parecido. ¿En qué edad estamos viviendo realmente? ¿Cuál sería el caballo de Troya que ya introdujimos sin darnos cuenta? Esa idea brillante que resolvió un problema, pero que con el tiempo terminó por incendiarlo todo. Y sobre todo, ¿hacia qué clase de mundo nos está llevando ese fuego que ya encendimos? Muchas gracias por ver este video hasta el final, por llegar hasta este punto. Si llegaste hasta aquí, comenta el emoji de un barco. Y bueno, cuéntenme qué tal les pareció este video, qué opinan de esta película. Sinceramente, esta película se convirtió en mi favorita de Nolan por completo. Si quieren que haga una segunda parte profundizando un poco más, díganme. Como siempre, quiero agradecerles por todo el apoyo que le dan al canal. De verdad, muchas gracias por estar aquí. Gracias por las experiencias que me comparten en comentarios. Cuéntame por favor qué tal te pareció esta película y de qué manera conectaste con ella. Si todavía no estás suscrito a este canal, te invito a que te suscribas, a que le des like, le des hype, dejes tu comentario y a que compartas este video con alguien con quien tú creas que pueda resonar. Te invito también a que te unas a los miembros del canal, en donde estoy subiendo videos exclusivos para miembros. Y también muchísimas gracias a las personas que ya son miembros. Y como ya saben, al final de cada video les estoy recomendando libros, y en este video me hubiera gustado recomendarles La Odisea, pero no la tengo aquí. Pero tengo aquí un texto bastante antiguo, muy interesante, que también viene de una mitología muy antigua y se llama El Centro Invariable de Confucio. Este libro lo he visto citado en varios textos esotéricos, entonces realmente es muy profundo, muy interesante. Les voy a leer un pequeño fragmento. El filósofo ha dicho: el sabio guarda invariablemente el centro y lo conserva gracias a su sabiduría. Los hombres vulgares también tienen un centro al que guardan, pero a causa de su corrupción no temen violarlo. Antes de que nazcan en el alma el gozo, la cólera, la tristeza y la alegría, ella se encuentra en el estado denominado centro. Cuando dichas pasiones brotan y cuando todas alcanzan una medida justa, es lo que se llama equilibrio. El centro es la gran base del universo. El equilibrio es su vía universal. Cuando el centro y el equilibrio son perfectos, el cielo y la tierra están tranquilos, todas las cosas crecen. Es un libro que tiene mucha sabiduría, se los recomiendo mucho. El Centro Invariable de Confucio. El link les ha estado apareciendo aquí abajo por si quieren comprarlo. Muchísimas gracias por todo de nuevo. Yo soy Miguel Tapia y nos vemos en el próximo video. Gracias. Gracias por acompañarnos en este viaje por el lado invisible de las historias. Si este episodio te dejó reflexionando, te invitamos a suscribirte para no perderte nuestros próximos análisis y explorar más allá de lo evidente, a compartir este episodio con quienes creen que las apariencias engañan, y a dejar tus comentarios. Nos encantaría leer tus reflexiones sobre lo que resonó contigo. Visita ladoinvisible.com para contenido exclusivo, artículos del blog y análisis que expanden cada episodio. También puedes unirte a la newsletter donde comparto mis procesos creativos, reflexiones y pensamientos que surgen mientras creo el podcast. Es un espacio más personal. Suscríbete en el link de la descripción y recibe cada entrega directo en tu correo. Nos encontraremos de nuevo, ahí donde lo visible termina y comienza lo que no se ve.
Estaba bien. ¿Por qué nadie usa los consumidores? Software, no. No estoy interesado. La IA ya despertó. Uy. La IA siempre ha estado despierta. Desde antes de que existieran computadores. A video about hard candy. Ah, esta no es una película. Hard Candy me suena. Es más que esta película la vi hace mucho tiempo. Pero no me acuerdo al 100. Tantas películas que vi que ya ni me acuerdo. Morfeo de la Matrix. El hombre que nunca salió de su cuarto. A la verga, ahí les hablan. Predestined, what is human? Versión 1.1a. Estaba pensando, este video puede estar bueno y luego veo 2 horas. Arcadia and the Death of Reality. ¿Qué es esto? Ese canal está bien verga, pero para entender ocupas tener mucho contexto. Y sí. A la verga, esto no me lo sabía. Chris Chan, The Occult's Accidental Genius. 29 minutos. Ah, ok. Buen concepto. Don't upgrade. Science upgrading will make your life worse. The best ripoff of all time. Ah, chinga. Un video de 2 horas con 45 de YouTube. También que me gustan los videos largos, pero no te pases de verga. No sé si sigas aquí, Leo, pero mira un pinche video de Mr. Robot de 2 horas con 50. De Jisoo. What? Which one is tricking you more? Odyssey or Masters of the Universe? Masters of the Universe, claro. No es que esta otra sea perfecta, pero esta pinche película de Masters of the Universe no traía nada. Es más, vamos a ver qué dicen los comentarios. No vamos a ver el video, pero vamos a ver qué dicen los comentarios. The mocking, yeah. The mocking of male characters is especially prevalent in movies aimed at young audiences. They hate Tolkien. I enjoyed He-Man. Same. I think you misunderstood Masters of the Universe. It's the story of the masculinity beaten down by modern society and finding itself again. No lo sé. A great satire. No lo sé, Rick. The Internet Archive deleted my PS2 projects. Something was very wrong with the ink. Este video está bueno, de hecho por eso lo vi todo, mira. Prácticamente lo acabé. Hablaba del Ocarina of Time y de su ambientación, de lo que te hacía sentir cuando lo estabas jugando. Estaba muy buena. No quiero videos de música en mi feed, no gracias. The Ceuta Psyop was a post. New World next week. Quake, Dawn of the Machine. ¿Qué es esto? Se puede filmar la realidad, la metapelícula. Symbio Psychotaxi Plus. La Filmoteca, maldita ese canal, qué chingado. Habla de cine y no de lo que estrenan en las salas. He pensado que la mejor manera de mantener vivo esto es gracias a vuestra solidaridad. He creado un Patreon. Está bueno, pero los orígenes de la perversión en Japón. ¿Por qué son pervertidos en Japón? Copan, duele y manipula. El análisis de ciudadano vigilante. Oye, mira, no había visto que hay una nueva sección que te recomienda los videos del canal que entraste como que basado en tu algoritmo. La IA amenaza el futuro de la animación. No. Cowboy de medianoche, el colapso del sueño americano. Hay películas hechas para monos. ¿Cómo Japón adoctrinó a sus niños con dibujos animados? Pues en todos lados, carnal. Una escuela con... El análisis de V de venganza. Debería ver esa película otra vez. Chingado, quiero ver esto, pero no sé si ponerlo aquí en el stream. Para empezar, no sé si va a estar chido. Este güey tiene videos chidos, pero vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Vamos a ver 5 minutitos aquí de esto. A ver si no está muy loco, a ver si no está muy estúpido, pero este güey se saca videos
Christine
buenos.
Weston Chandler, formerly known as Chris Chan, is accidentally one of the most powerful occultists I think that I have ever seen. She is able to accurately pull off dozens of occult practices, all while not knowing that she's doing it, which is like so crazy. She also unknowingly just embodies the Hermetic principle of as above, so below, just flawlessly in just her existence. She has also somehow managed to accurately predict the Kali Yuga, which took Hindu and Vedic astrologers like thousands of years to do, and she has also managed
¿De qué
to
estamos hablando?
accurately discuss many physical, like actual
Estamos
physics
hablando lo que creo.
theories and like quantum mechanic dynamics, like completely flawlessly. The only thing is she's doing it in terms of like Pokemon, Digimon, and like various anime Sailor Moon things, right? It's honestly like astonishing. For those of you who do not know who Christine Weston Chandler is, Christine formerly went by the name Chris Chan and is basically like an internet lolcow. Basically the first lolcow that there ever was. The way that Chris, when he was Chris, described himself is as follows. I am the high-functioning autistic person who was heavily emotionally damaged, artistic inspiration lost with paranoia, deception, blackmail, and plain hurtful words from those bottom-feeding trolls. I am the hand-drawing original creator of Sonichu, Rosatru, and the city of Quickville, Virginia, USA. That is their own biography of themselves. 100% did not add anything to it. Now, for a better description, I will give you mine, okay? So Christine Weston Chandler, again formerly known as Chris Chan, is an American internet personality and the creator of Sonichu and the Sonichu comic book series. Now, Sonichu is a combination of Pikachu and Sonic the Hedgehog merged together that Christine made while doing a school project. Became a character in an ongoing webcomic series. There are tons of characters. One of them is Rosatchu, and there's Magic Chan. There's a whole universe, as we will get to know throughout this video. This is Christine. Now, due to Christine posting the characters in the comic book series online, she became someone whose entire life was slowly posted to the internet more and more. And what started off as like an innocuous project unraveled into Christine literally becoming the most documented individual in the history of the world. This is true. Some people believe it might be Napoleon, but there is a lot of really good argumentation that it is actually Christine, okay? It's a fact. It's true. Now, Christine dealt with a ton of trolls. This is because her unusual behavior was posted to YouTube, to 4chan, and various other sites where trolls kind of really got enamored with what it was that Chris at the time was doing. It's really hard to not call Christine Chris. I'm trying my best here, guys. But Christine posted a ton of vulnerabilities, and it just became a constant cycle of public exposure, harassment, and, as I said, self-documentation. And this turned Christine from being
pausa.
just a...
Quiero ver qué dicen los comentarios de esta cosa. Regardless of how Snow Creek legal name. The underlying course some are planned with the way to implement as a whole. The cool down. Now this is original content. The internet can become an accidental mystery school with no guide. Perfect recipe for an intentional magician. Every mode USB release and go waiting for me. People with autism are probably already attuned to magic. Unskippable title. Pero alguien que diga contexto, they even sigil maxing this whole time. Para los que no sepan, sigilos son como símbolos, marcas que llevan una intención. O sea, como dibujos, símbolos que llevan una intención detrás. O una magia detrás. Bob Chandler wasn't a master, maybe a master of clogging the toilet. Christian wasn't a master. ¿Y qué responde? You just explained the entire point of this video. A master of anything. Master. Unintentional master. Not a woman guy. She's a living egregore by being a lol cow. Have greater their minds, being están exagerando esto. O sea, está bien carnal, pero no te la compro. The night, we're free energy, forever. Gemini, I kill someone. Cyber the computer. The sacrifice of the elite. Ares, Netflix. Vamos a ver 5 minutos de esto, vamos a ver qué dice. De volada, empezando con vibras macabras.
Ons genootschap vergt een bepaalde mate van zelfopoffering.
In true initiation, they sacrifice the lower self for the higher self. But what shadow alchemy, anti-alchemy, secret societies, and traditions like Ares, which is based on real societies, what they do is that they sacrifice the higher for the lower.
En het
Qué
vermogen
padre
tot
explicación acaba de
zelfopoffering
dar ahí ese cabrón.
maakt het verschil tussen leiders en volgers. En dit genootschap leiden vraagt absoluut alles.
So that's why we see them during the inauguration ceremonies sacrificing their soul to Baal in the form of an egg, right? So the egg is the container, if you will, of the soul, right? It's the thing that can become anything. And so it's like the acorn, right, within us that has the capacity to grow into the full tree of life, right? Thus returning from the height from whence it fell. Of course, you can't sacrifice your soul. Your soul is the immortal aspect of you, but you can sacrifice your connection to your soul.
Ik voel mezelf niet meer.
And that's on purpose. The whole idea, again, like true initiation is about attaining your true self, your higher self. Shadow anti-alchemy initiation is about losing your true self, so that you live purely in the ego, purely in the Sitrakra, right? So that you become a parasitic human being who seeks to get more, right? A hungry ghost that can't get enough, more money, more power, more wealth, more status, etc., etc., etc. So that's what they want to turn these people into. They want to turn them into demonic forces, parasitic forces that wants to get more to the detriment of everyone else.
Jij moet Baal bevrijden.
Op Ares!
So now she's going to sacrifice her soul in the form of the egg. Yeah, the thing that can become anything. So what they are doing here is that they are not devoted to the opus magnum, the great work of unification, of descending into the darkness to lift up fallen spirit, right? To dig out the borrowed gold, to use alchemical language. What they do is the exact opposite. They take the gold and they deliberately offer it up to the darkness, to the chaos, to the disorganized nether realm of the Sitrakra. So this is what makes them anti-alchemists, because the alchemist goes into the raw prima materia, right, what they call our chaos, and they find the gold and they return it from whence it fell. What they do is that they take the soul and they offer it up to the darkness, to the chaos, to the Sitra Akra. Alright guys, final episode of Ares. You guys ready? Let's go. So we have Carmen, right? And I like the symbol here with the triangle pointing downwards towards the shadow. Now she knows, what Ares is about. And they got Jacob here in the president's office.
Ga je ons even alleen laten? Carmen, zeg Rosa dat ik haar vertrouw.
Carmen,
Ze moet het vrijlaten.
weg nu.
Ze moet het goede doen. Kom maar.
Alright. We're actually going to this exact place that we see in the intro of every episode.
Ya está analizando un capítulo de
We
esta
have
serie
all
que se
the-
llama Ares de Netflix, al parecer. Y está, mira, en 2020. Pues como que trata de... Como que la serie retrata pinches prácticas ocultas que hacen los güeyes que creen controlar el mundo. Ah, la verdad se ve chido este canal, ya me acabo de suscribir ahorita aquí en el celular. Pero pues aquí... In contact, appetizers, episode opening, sacrifice in the initiation. Como que analiza el capítulo y está chido. O sea, te habla Se habla acerca como que del trabajo espiritual, cómo lo tienen invertido todos estos güeyes que creen controlar el mundo y que sacrifican todo el pinche mundo para tener control. Pero la verdad, con lo poco que vi, está chido. Pero sería un video largo y eso es más que lo veo yo después. The Internet Deepest Rabbit Hole. No te creo, carnal. Oops, ¿is hipnosis real? Sí. De hecho, yo lo he practicado. Pero a ver qué dice en los comentarios. Ok. The Stroker. It doesn't. I already know more Troll's voice, maybe the bigger reason. Nunca volverás a ver igual la mítica película de Parque Jurásico. El lenguaje del control. Una historia de la magia tecnocrática. De poner memes. Porque pues, los memes los usan como herramientas mágicas. The AI God is manifesting itself to destroy humanity. Why the CIA created Pokemon Go. Did Odysseus discover America? Muchos videos que sale una película y ya todos empiezan a hablar de eso y ahora no, que sí, Odiseo descubrió América. Back to the Future. Ah, mira. The Bill Gates situation is insane. The other Bible they pulled from the fire in 1184. Feeling lost is needed to reconnect with your original spark. Un videito de 2 minutitos de una viejita diciéndote cosas bonitas. No está mal.
In the year 1184, Glastonbury Abbey burned. The abbey was one of the richest and most important monasteries in England. It was centuries old and tangled in the legends of King Arthur and said by some of its own monks to sit on the Isle of Avalon. That's right, that Avalon. And one night, fire tore through it and took most of it to the ground. The official story is that it was an accident, but there's another story. And in that one, the fire was set on purpose. It was arson to destroy a library of dangerous and heretical books that the church at the time wanted erased. And in that version, one book was pulled from the flames before they could take it. A book that had already been old for thousands of years. A book that told the story of Genesis from the wrong side. Written not by the prophets of the Bible, but by the scribes of ancient Egypt and the druids of Celtic Britain. It explained the flood and the fall and the angels. And then it just kept on going even further past the end of the Bible into a prophecy about how the world ends. With a fire in the sky and a returning destroyer. It talks about the scheduled and upcoming apocalypse. The book we're talking about is called the Colburn Bible. It's a second Bible hidden for centuries that almost nobody is supposed.
A ver. Colburn Bible. Colburn Bible Master Edition. Vamos a ver.
Supposed to have read. And the first question that we all need to ask before we go any further is, Take a guess what that question is. Any of this true at all? This is the story of the Colburn Bible. This is a topic that I first stumbled onto quite.
A ver, antes de seguir. Ok. Remove the culture for generation. Ok. The Land of the Necklace. Bueno. Perfecto.
Quite a while ago, and I've gotten many people suggest that we bring it up and make a main channel video out of it. So that's what we're doing. And a special thanks to Dougie on the Gump Club Discord for bringing forth the special idea. If you guys want to join the Gump Club, go to gump.club. You get behind the scenes stuff and Discord, and we get on there sometimes and we talk about game development. You know, it's kind of a cool club, to be honest. So what exactly is the Second Bible, the Colburn Bible? It claims to be a collection of manuscripts roughly 3,600 years old enough to have been written around the same time as the Old Testament, but sitting completely outside of it. The first and larger half is supposedly the work of Egyptian scribes writing in the generations after the Exodus. And the second half is credited to Celtic priests in Britain, written around the time of the New Testament. And together these writings make up 11 books. The Egyptian half runs 6 books deep and is called the Bronze Book, and the Celtic half is 5 more books called the Caledi, and they all lean toward the life and teachings of a figure the text presents as Jesus. So we have 11 books, 2 very ancient cultures, and an enormous claim that this is the parallel scripture, the parallel gospel, or the version of the biblical story that the real official Bible, not the real Bible, the official Bible, left out. And I love some ancient crazy shit. So this is going to be a very fun, deep, dark, confusing video. This is one of the strangest things we've ever gotten ourselves into on the Build channel. The account of how the Colburn supposedly traveled from ancient Egypt to a monastery in England is where it starts to sound less like a scripture and more like a novel, like a Diary of a Wimpy Kid or Dan Brown. The manuscripts, some on parchment, some we are told are on metal plates, were carried out of the Middle East to Britain somewhere around 1000 to 500 BC, which is a 500-year gap. Then they were guarded for centuries by Celtic sages, then by Christian communities, and finally were handed down a chain of secret keepers into the modern day. And the secret keepers are from a small religious English group to a shadowy outfit called the Hope Trust and onward. Each pair of hands is a little harder to verify than the last. And the reason it isn't your Bible, and the reason you've probably never even heard of it, is that it was deliberately hidden or protected by people who decided the world was not ready yet for the Colburn Bible. And that is the entire pitch of the whole thing. And it's a pretty good pitch, because when you hear, you're not supposed to read this, this has that people love hidden hermetic knowledge, the emerald tablets of Thoth, the, I don't know, dude, Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Life-changing you're just not supposed to read. It's the classic hidden knowledge story, all right? What really sets this apart is that there is a Christian layer to it that is especially bizarre and strange, because there's a lot of aspects of Christianity and sects of Christianity from the 19th century that are very interesting, like Christian Scientology, Mormons, so on and so forth. The Colburn Bible's Celtic half holds that Jesus himself came to Britain, carried there, and in some tellings by his uncle, Joseph of Arimathea, that Jesus taught his truest teachings to the Celts directly, the ones that supposedly never made it into the Middle Eastern Gospels. And this is an old fringe idea called British Israelism, which is the belief that the people of Britain are descended from the lost tribes of Israel. Tons of conspiracies in that realm as well. The tribe of Dan. It's just Danish people in that country Danland or whatever the fuck it's called. But yeah, British Israelism. The Colburn Bible isn't only claiming to predate the Bible, it is also claiming that the real Christianity, aka the undiluted version, the non-woke version, quietly made its way to England, took root, and secretly prospered there for quite a while, which is very convenient, and especially convenient to be claimed by a book that just, you know, happens to have surfaced in England. And there's something especially interesting about the Colburn and its own sayings of its own origins. The text claims it was written in part by a group called the Sons of Light, and that turns out to be a real phrase from a real ancient source. Whether that makes the Colburn more or less believable, Not sure yet. We're gonna have to come circle back around for that, okay? So what does the Colburn Bible actually say? The Colburn opens like the Bible with a creation, but it's stranger and older sounding than the creation in Genesis. God doesn't make the universe out of nothing there. The cosmos already exists, dark and chaotic, and order is imposed on it gradually by forces of light and divine mind. Humanity isn't sculpted in an afternoon. It develops over long stretches of time with an early imperfect version that is refined across cycles, which means in the Colburn, there were people before Adam and Eve and whole civilizations that rose and were forgotten. It is far more similar to Egyptian cosmology than anything in Genesis, with a little something stuck in there that sounds strangely enough like evolution, except with a God's thumb on, you know, the go forward button there. The Colburn is very explicit in that it states this long shaping, its evolution was overseen by a higher intelligence that it sometimes calls the Lords. Humanity nudged and refined up through stage after stage across more than one civilization over spans of time much longer than anything contemplated in the Bible. So what is it? It's not really the young earth theory or creationism in the sense that the world is 6,000 years old and was just created in an instant. But it's also not Darwin and evolution, micro or macro. It's something way weirder and real different. Either way, it goes on, and then it gets to the part about the destructions. The whole thing is very cyclical, like many ancient cataclysm stories. Civilization pops up, civilization gets arrogant, civilization gets all, oh, we're awesome, and then God sends a catastrophe. Then the survivors rebuild, and then it just keeps on happening and happens again and again and again and again. The Colburn Bible flatly says that the earth was once destroyed completely and creation had to start over from nothing. And what caused that first great destruction? Take a wild guess. Was it liberals? Was it postmodernism? What is it? Was it a Bolshevik revolution of sorts? Close. It was a dragon. A thing from beyond the heavens, adorned with a cold, dim, shining light marked with reddish tone and dragging a tail of smoke behind it. This thing vomits ash and burning stones. Its breath is foul enough to poison the living. It tears the sky open, sets the land and sea on fire, and lifts the oceans out of their bed. Then it just simply leaves back up into the heavens, leaving its stank trail behind it. With the earth now destroyed and the sea it left behind thick and black like blood. Oh, the horror! Like the classic cataclysmic stories, the survivors reaffirm their devotion to the powers that be and the world slowly comes back, but this time, a bit rearranged. The text says that the sun and moon had, in the aftermath, changed places and that mankind was left in the middle of a long cycle of renewal. And it explicitly says that this is not a one-off. It states that it is a well-known fact among the wise that the earth was once destroyed totally and then a second creation started over from nothing. And that this will happen again. And if anything we just described rings a bell and you happen to have a good taste in music, then yes, it does sound an awful lot like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard's Petro Dragon, ancient apocalyptic scripture, or a psych rock concept album. Anyways, after this destruction came the flood, when God decides the people have gone impure again. But this time, he appears directly, and the picture from the Colburn is nightmarish. A figure carrying lightning in his hand, sulfur and ember in his breaths, his eyes with two black voids in his mouth, an abyss. And at this point in the story, the earth is a single landmass. God cracks it open, splits it in two, and a deluge pours out of the wound in the middle of the world. And we are left with the continents that we now know, but scattered and turned around and separated from each other for good. And obviously the people that survived were scattered with them and no longer one. And conveniently, one of the civilizations that drowns in that flood, the Colburn tells us, is the civilization of Atlantis. Ever heard of Atlantis, guys? Yeah, me too. I've also heard of Atlantis. And I believe that. Just kidding. So we're basically into the middle of the Egyptian half of the Colburn Bible. It starts to slow down and it turns into something closer to a manuscript or a manual, I guess. The Book of the Egyptians and the closing bronze book present themselves as a record of hard-won wisdom. how a society ought to run so the dragon never has to come back and so God never has to flood everything ever again. Priests, it says, should be teachers, historians, keepers of mysteries. Rulers should protect justice, serve the people, respect the divine order, and so on. Egypt gets cast as the great custodian of knowledge and the one civilization trusted to guard what the drowned ones knew. Pretty obviously a self-portrait there. Kinda epic. It's very important to note that it is a self-portrait. These appreciations are written into the book to flatter precisely the culture that the book claims wrote it. So yeah, then you got the Celtic half, and that swings it right towards Jesus. The Book of Lucius follows a seeker named Lucius, a keeper of the text who questions the world in front of him and goes hunting for hidden truths, humility, discipline, self-examination, and so on and so forth. In these books, Jesus is not a cosmic water-walking superhero. He's presented as the finest moral teacher that a person could study, and the promise is that by following his example closely enough, you could become something like a Jesus yourself, which is an idea that has less in common with the modern form of the Gospels that, many of us has read, and more in common with the Kabbalah or other much later Hermetic traditions. The remaining books in the Celtic part of the Colburn Bible are basically just proverbs. Don't be greedy, don't be vain, judge yourself before you judge anyone else, tell the truth. It's all great advice and the basis for most modern self-help, and it's also just that you could get from a fortune cookie, a first century sage, or a guy that you just ask for help in like 1998, Hey man, I'm not feeling so good about this. And he just kind of comes up with some stuff, some basic stuff. It's pretty basic. So now you kind of understand the book. It takes the big mythic beats that you already know and maybe half believe, Genesis, flood, Atlantis, lost civilizations, fallen angels, and it puts them in line into one continuous story told from the outside by the keepers of that knowledge, Egypt. And in the Colburn Bible, the fallen angels even get a realistic job, because the fallen angels aren't really in the official Bible. They're in the Book of Enoch, which was, I don't know, it's apocryphal. It's very confusing, man. There's a lot to learn. The fallen angels in the Colburn are an answer in sorts to a fairly awkward proposition that the Bible makes, which is how the whole human race descends from one family without a shitload of incest. Let's be real. You just got like 2 people and then you just get all of humanity. Anyways, in the Colburn, the fallen angels come down, become mortal men, and marry the daughters of Adam and Eve, and then they just start breeding with them. Kind of, pretty much. But if you step back from the individual disasters, the Colburn Bible really presents itself as a cure for the forgetting that civilization does to then lead to the destruction of civilization by some kind of wrathful god. And all the information you need for that cure is just deliberately preserved and then handed down into the various books and so on, so that some future generation might finally read the warnings and just break the cycle before the next catastrophe lands. It's pretty genius, really, and I'm surprised it didn't take off a bit faster. So the book has a reason to exist, a reason to have been hidden, and a reason for you specifically to be reading it or learning about it right now. Kinda as we're coming to the end of another cycle, maybe, right, guys? Maybe the Colburn Bible is kind of popping back up. I'm not really sure. Is it profound or is it just really coincidental? I don't know.
You think candy is supposed to taste like nothing? They did. The warlords drained the flavor out of the world and made pure profit. We call that corporate slop. Free flavors for decades. So much extra sugar. Go to sour.gg.
But everything we've covered so far is just the prologue, in a sense. The reason the Colburn has any following in the year 2026, and the reason that anyone outside of a couple of freakazoids at esoteric bookshops has ever heard of it, all comes down to a single recurring character in the text. That is the Destroyer. The Destroyer shows up in the 4th book, the Sons of Fire, and it is described almost exactly like the dragon, a fiery object in the sky, full of darkness, smoke, red, trailing debris, and everywhere it passes there's fire, blood, colored skies, shaking ground, boiling seas, and more shit. And the text says that it has come before, and it says that it will come again. It's cyclical. It's the cosmic correction that arrives whenever humanity gets too big for itself and then just knocks it back down, gets it back good again. So we've got 2 floods, a dragon, and now a returning celestial destroyer, the Destroyer. And it's very important to take note that every time that the world ends in the Colburn, it ends the exact same way. A cataclysm, You know, earthquakes, floods, eruptions, fire, sky, the climate, and the shape of the earth are rearranged fundamentally. It is very consistent across the apocalypses, and consistent across thousands of years and 2 different continents of authors. This is where the theories get very interesting. The way that the Colburn describes the destroyer is as a celestial object, and to, you know, a certain kind of precocious reader, a celestial object that returns on a long cycle and ends the world. Maybe not a metaphor, maybe it's a planet or a celestial heavenly body. This planet is called Nibiru. And to understand why a chunk of the internet believes that the Colburn Bible has predicted the apocalypse multiple times, you have to meet and understand the man who invented the modern version of all of this, a writer named Zecharia Sitchin, who I've talked about a bit in a previous video, but more so around the Anunnaki and like that type of stuff. But the Colburn Bible offers a different sort of interpretation and story on this whole thing. Zecharia Sitchin was born in 1920 in Baku in the Soviet Union, which I did not know was a place. He was raised in Palestine, where he picked up a handful of Near Eastern languages, and he studied at the London School of Economics, worked for years as a journalist, and moved to the United States in the 1950s, and with no formal training in Assyriology, which is the actual academic study of, you know, extremely old texts, the ones like this, he reinvented himself as an interpreter of the very languages the professionals spent their entire careers on, which is very bold, very crazy. The level of ignorance, aka confidence, is on another level there. In 1976, Zecharia published a book called The 12th Planet, right in the middle of the ancient astronaut craze. And in it, he laid out the theory that almost every single episode of Ancient Aliens has been talking about. The theories that I love, all right, guys, that there is a hidden planet in our solar system, which is crazy to say. Zecharia said Nibiru. It's on a long elliptical orbit that swings it back through our neighborhood every 3,600 or so years, and it's home to a race called the Anunnaki, who came down from Earth in the distant past and genetically engineered early humans to work as a labor force that then mined the planet for gold, and then, having got what they came for, off back to their home planet of Nibiru. If you've ever seen Ancient Aliens, if you've ever heard Trevor Moore's song, My Computer Just Became Self-Aware, you've heard of this, all right, guys? You know about the Anunnaki, because this is where they come from, all right? Now remember, Zecharia just declared himself as an interpreter of these ancient texts. The actual scholars, the Assyriologists, they reject essentially all of this, root and stem, okay? But it's still fun. Now, Sitchin did not invent the ancient astronaut idea. To be fair, that belongs to a Swiss writer named Erich von Däniken, whose 1968 bestseller Chariots of the Gods argued that the wonders of the world, the pyramids, the big giant stone heads, Stonehenge, shit like that, all of it was built with a little help from tiny green men from space. Zechariah's contribution was to legitimize that idea by running it through the old classic appeal to the ancients. He ran it through his own reading of Sumerian and Akkadian languages that he'd largely taught himself, and he gave the visitors a return address, the 12th planet Nibiru. Now, there's a lot more in regard to all this that you can check out in the video that I specifically did about the Anunnaki, or you can just research it yourself. It's fine. It's very fun either way. It's a good distraction. We can thank him for Nibiru. And now, half a century later, there is a whole fucking channel on TV called the History Channel that is built on the essence of ancient astronauts and ancient aliens. So did Zecharia just make all this? Yeah, kind of. But the word Nibiru, it's real, and it is ancient, and it does mean something, but it does not really mean what Sitchin said it meant. Nor does it need to mean what Sitchin said it means to mean something meaningful. In the genuine Mesopotamian texts, Nibiru is an Akkadian term meaning something like a crossing or crossroads or crossing point. It's associated with the god Marduk, and it most likely refers to Jupiter or to a moment when bodies in the sky line up. What it never refers to a single time anywhere is a hidden planet that periodically swings in to wreck Earth. That was Sitchin's invention. And once Sitchin let that loose, it just escaped him and does as any idea does and just becomes something else entirely. The 12th planet idea has kind of become a permanent internet conspiracy doomsday, rescheduled every few years as a predicted apocalypse that just never actually comes to fruition. And depending on which version you want to read about or believe, it could be a rogue planet drifting towards us, a hidden brown dwarf, or maybe even a secret companion star to the sun. But whatever it was, it is the real cause of every earthquake, eruption, and mass extinction in the fossil record. And it was going to kill us in 2003, didn't. Then it was going to kill us in 2012, didn't. So far, it's killed us 0 times that we know of. But wait, 2003, 2000.
Ya siento que perdió el hilo, o sea. Y no quiero ni terminarlo. Correr. A ver si hay algo más antes de dormir, si no ya a mimir. Double Agent Carl Jung. ¿Qué es eso? Pinches videos de 2 horas. Mucha gente quiere hacer películas ahora
And did you believe in God?
en lugar de videos de YouTube.
Oh, yes. Do you now believe in God?
Now? Difficult to answer. I know.
A la verga, empezó potente esta cosa. Made by Advent, ¿es el nombre del canal o qué? A ver, Advents and Metaphysics. ¿Es un canal o son 2 canales? ¿O son 2 canales? Long form videos, check out my socials. Code, mira, pues este es... no, pero... ¿Qué pedo? O sea, pinches videos de que... ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué pedo? Haciendo videos de anime y de la nada saca un pinche de Carl Jung y este güey... A la verga. A live internet theory. A journal disappear. ¿A poco escribió esto? Ni de pedo, a ver, ¿cómo se llama este güey? Young. No. O sí. ¿Dónde se quedó en su... A la verga. This video is not something you choose, it's a destiny.
The Carl Jung most people learn about isn't his real self at all. Beneath his psychological theories lie connections far deeper and more occult than many realize. Jung's work initiates the reader into his own hidden worldview. Some scholars suggest like a cult leader. Whether this was intended by him or not will become clearer throughout this documentary. The Red Book, published long after his death, gives more ground to this motive, transmitting its idea in a way that influences the reader without them realizing it. What is this motive? Well, it's not only revealed through Jung's background in religion or his rather interesting bloodline, but also his engagement with figures of worldwide governmental influence. Carl Gustav Jung, the founder of analytical psychology, in retrospect emerges as a kind of double agent, academically and politically. Academically, he positioned himself as an empiricist in order to avoid being disregarded by the scientific community, though in private he reports, "That other spirit, the spirit of the depths, nevertheless forces me to speak beyond justification. He took away my belief in science." Politically, he became the president of the German Society for Psychotherapy in 1933. Jung replaced his prior president, who resigned because of the Nazi regime. Thus, Jung became the editor of the National Journal in the same year. Its December edition included praise and a dedication to Hitler, written by Hermann Goering's elder cousin. Jung writes in the Red Book, "Have you ever noticed that the Jew himself lacks something? One in his head, another in his heart, and he himself feels that he lacks something." One might be quick to assume that he himself was a Nazi, though this is not the case at all, as the director of the CIA, Alan Dulles, stated, "Nobody will ever know how much Professor Jung contributed to the Allied cause during the war by seeing people who were connected somehow with the other side." Jung was assigned the designation of Agent 488. Though Jung had supported America in its efforts against Germany, he held particularly negative views of the US and described its culture as herd-like. Thus, calling him a double agent is not intended to bear a negative undertone. He did discuss the fact that he had a number 1 and number 2 personality. Double agent is, if not a little interpretively, highlighting how the man operated as an individual. He did so academically, playing both the role of a scientist and that of a Gnostic. And he did so politically, judging some of Germany's early cultural ideals as positive, though seeing it necessary to become Agent 488 for the US. He never gave himself to either, not US nor Germany, neither Gnostic nor scientist. Nonetheless, there are in fact many shocking events and some rather interesting connections that might appear questionable to one. Many shocking
But again,
events.
I am the impermanent stranger who visited you. The Red Book.
And some rather interesting connections that might appear questionable to one or the other viewer. We will attempt to present these themes objectively without any personal prejudices. Certain motivations and experiences emerge from Jung's unconscious, driving him to operate in curious ways. We will argue that there are unexplainable or even mystical driving factors that are entirely original to his unconscious, but that there are also some that at least appear to originate from real events throughout his life. Jung's first ever dream was terrifying and served as the foundation to his whole career. PhD Lynn Brunette suggests that this could have been caused by spurious Masonic ritual abuse, including some elements of Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. And while this claim seems outlandish at first, close reading of Jung's experiences, in direct comparison to spurious or invalid Masonic material, as well as Morals and Dogma, does reveal striking similarities. This theory, in fact, begins to appear not so outlandish when studying Jung's family.
The foundation for the suggestion that his first dream could have been caused by ritual abuse lies within the fact that a kind of spurious or invalid Egyptian Freemasonry was incorporated into the order to which Jung's grandfather belonged. In fact, he was the Grand Master of the United Swiss Society of Freemasonry. The rite introduced to his order was the Beneficent Knights of the Holy City, the highest grade in the Schottisch Rectifizierten Ritus, rectified Scottish Rite. It is important to note that this kind of spurious Egyptian Freemasonry is understood to be questionable by some Masons. This is speculative, and understanding this theory requires close familiarity with the material that we are about to present in this documentary. The idea that Jung underwent ritual abuse is the speculative part. However, all the information leading up to this suggestion is real and certainly requires its own video. Regarding Brunette's theory, we will quote and deal with Jung's first dream later, present a few of the exact similarities between Freemasonry and some stories within the Red Book / Black Books which Brunette has documented, as well as we will discuss his family's engagement with Masonry and the occult. This documentary is, in general, more concerned with presenting a full picture of Jung's life and his double nature, specifically highlighting the details that you'd rarely encounter unless you went ahead and read all the sources yourself. It will present the necessary material for the viewer to find his own answer to the following question. Did Jung, specifically when it comes to certain indications in the Red Book, operate the way he did, consciously or partially unconscious, whilst trying to reconcile his motivations? So, was he fully aware of the similarities that Brunette points out, or partially unaware? Similarly formative to Jung's first dream is the fact that he was sexually assaulted by a man at about the age of 18. He stated that this influenced his complex feelings toward Freud within the Freud and Jung letters on page 95. We'll elaborate on this later.
Sigmund Freud, the founder of psychoanalysis, is by some suggested to have been surpassed by the one he mentored, Carl Jung. When they couldn't find common ground anymore, they split in a famously dramatic way. Jung had an interest in certain spiritual tribes, medieval alchemists, and the occult. He was on his quest to rationalize what most considered irrational, while this rigorously sustaining his reputation as an empiricist. This is what is widely known. However, beginning even in his early life, his experiences are far from that of a classic scientist. To some, he'd almost fit the description of a witch doctor. His family, mainly his mother's side, was deeply engaged in spiritualism and mediumship, which put him near unusual spirituality at an early age. Together with his father being a dogmatic Protestant pastor with whom Jung had issues, he felt impelled to distance himself from having faith only, by which his father lived. Instead, he deeply desired proof. This issue with his father's overly dogmatic worldview and his mother's strange spiritual background would, together with other factors, inspire Jung to spend the rest of his life laboring towards gnosis, to know truth, to know God. So, who really was Carl Jung's God? Most people don't know, and because they don't, they misinterpret who Jung was. This subject is complex and cannot be summarized in a couple of words, so to help, we will decode some parts of the Red Book/Black Books. However, if we analyze them in their entirety, they would require their own documentary. As with any translation, the original German is far better than the English version. I'm not German, so I can't translate. That's why this video is joined by Metaphysica from Germany, who will help me unveil the real Carl Jung. We'll be going over his bloodline, his secret influence in world history, and his, by some suggested, true occult motives. To understand Jung's development, we should first take a look at his early life, seeing all the personified symbols that he was surrounded by, which would shape him, being born in an atmosphere of pure high-class European occultism.
This documentary consists of 7 chapters and a final conclusion at the end. We did not use any AI whilst producing this video. This project emerged from years of study and thousands of pages of reading. We will show an index of all the books that we've used here at the very end.
Make sure to go follow us on Twitter and Instagram. We're also going to start streaming soon, so look out for that. You are never going to find content like ours anywhere else on the internet again, so subscribe and go support us on Patreon. It's linked in the description and pinned comment.
Jung descends from a very interesting family. The Jung family on his father's side traces itself to Mainz, Germany, as its earliest supposed ancestor lived there in the 1600s. Our Carl Jung, the psychologist, shared the same exact name with this ancestor, Dr. Carl Jung. This Catholic physician Dr. Jung was, according to the 20th century Jung, well acquainted with the works of the Rosicrucian Michael Meyer and Paracelsus Gerhard Dorn. Dorn dealt, in Jung's view, more with the process of individuation than any of the other alchemists. Thus, his ancestor in the 1600s would have read the works that would make the Jung we know today the sensation that he became, and going back to Meyer, this Dr. Jung would have known those works of the Rosicrucians, or in German Rosenkreuzer. Both Michael Meyer, who was something of a local celebrity, and Gerhard Dorn were his contemporaries and lived in Frankfurt. This is important because Mainz neighbors Frankfurt. His profession as a physician is no less important, just exactly that profession that is so central to the Rosicrucian movement. Would he have met them? We will never know for certain, but the conditions were certainly perfect, having the archetypal profession living at the same time and in the same place. In any case, he was definitely very familiar with the works of Paracelsus. Paracelsus 1493 to 1541 was a Swiss physician and alchemist. The germ theory was anticipated by him as he proposed that diseases were entities in themselves rather than states of being, as well as he is frequently credited with reintroducing opium to Western Europe during the German Renaissance. Paracelsus was a dominant and controversial figure in 16th century medicine, philosophy and theology. Today he is celebrated as the first modern medical theorist, the founder of iatrochemistry, homeopathy, antisepsis and modern wound surgery. He rejected the book learning and scholasticism of ancient and medieval medicine in favor of a new medicine based on experiment, observation and new philosophy. Paracelsus writes, "There is nothing hidden that will not be revealed. Therefore, after me will come one whose greatness is not yet alive, who will reveal many things." In 1942, Jung published his Paracelsica, zwei Vorlesungen über den Arzt und Philosophen Theophrastus, in which he boldly declared that the Swiss alchemist Paracelsus had anticipated the findings of 20th century psychoanalysis. I had long been aware that alchemy is not only the mother of chemistry, but is also the forerunner of our modern psychology of the unconscious. Thus Paracelsus appears as a pioneer not only of chemical medicine, but of empirical psychology and psychotherapy. Jung felt that alchemy was not only the precursor to the modern psychology of the unconscious, but also a bridge in the history of ideas between his own thought and the religion of the Gnostics. Thus he spoke of Paracelsus as a man whose soul was intermingled with a strange spiritual current which, issuing from immemorial sources, flowed beyond him into a distant future. Gerd Heim wrote that no modern authority prior to Jung had been able to decipher the abstruse and obscure vocabulary of the psychology of Paracelsus. The supreme reason for medicine is love. Paracelsus, Book of Hospitals. Half a century before the term Rosicrucian came into use, the 16th century Provençal astrologer and soothsayer Nostradamus wrote, "A new sect of philosophers shall rise, despising death, gold, honors, and riches. They shall be near the mountains of Germany. They shall have abundance of others to support and follow them." The original Rosicrucians are a very strange and mysterious group, deemed a myth by some historians, and thus it's questionable whether they physically existed or not. In any case, 3 small manifestos were published, and in response, Germany's intellectual scene of the early 1600s was struck. Between 1614 and 1620, about 400 manuscripts and books were published, discussing the documents of the Rosy Cross. This immense outbreak of debate on its own certainly proves that there was nothing ordinary about this society. It was extraordinary. Almost nothing was revealed about the 5 philosophers, though many of the world's most influential intellectuals were obsessed. French philosopher René Descartes, who had gone searching for the Fratres Assis, was himself accused in Catholic Paris of being a Rosicrucian. "How could this be?" responded the founder of the mechanistic philosophy. "All the world knows they are invisible." Especially Christian Rosenkreuz, the founder, is now by most considered an allegory rather than a real person. The group focused on Christian Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and the practical and spiritual art of alchemy. Francis Yates' book, Rosicrucian Enlightenment, highlights the undeniable influence that the Rosicrucian stream had on what modern science came to be. The noteworthy observation being that although modern science claims to be perfectly rational, its hidden forerunners are now deemed to be utterly irrational. What advocates of that position seem to underappreciate is that mystical philosophy in the framework of recent European societies, which supposedly are able to trace themselves back to Pythagoras, base their beliefs in the exact sciences of arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. And thus, in that exact spirit, the famous scientist Isaac Newton spent about 1 million words of his writings on the subject of alchemy.
Going back to Jung's bloodline, his paternal grandfather at one point decided to change the Jung's family's coat of arms. Instead of the original phoenix, it now included explicit Freemasonic or Rosicrucian symbolism. It's curious that even prior to this revision, even before Masonry obviously played a part in the design of the coat of arms, whether intended or not, the old design already included a particularly interesting symbol, the phoenix. We can at least point out that this symbol is an interesting piece in the puzzle that is Jung's background, even if it was unconsciously placed in the coat of arms. In the science of alchemy, the importance of the phoenix is to not be understated, and besides alchemy, the phoenix is a central symbol of the Rose Cross. Thus, the Buddha sitting in the lotus is shown as the germinating god. It is the god in his rising, the same symbol as Ra, the falcon, or the phoenix rising from the nest, or Mithras in the treetop, or the Horus child in the lotus. They are all symbolizations of the status nascendi in the seating place of the matrix. In medieval hymns, Mary too is praised as the cup of the flower in which Christ, coming down as a bird, makes his nest. Psychologically, Christ means unity, which clothes itself in the corpus mysticum of the Church, or in the body of the Mother of God, Mystic Rose, surrounded as with flower petals, and thus reveals itself in reality. Christ as an image is a symbol of the self. The dragon stands for the lowest form of Mercurius, and the phoenix for the highest. It is common knowledge that Jung's grandfather Carl Gustav Jung was a medical doctor and an ardent Freemason, a Grand Master of the United Swiss Society of Freemasonry. Now we are dealing with 3 Dr. Carl Jungs. 1, the 17th century Catholic physician that was very much in the spirit of his time, familiar with Paracelsus, the Rosicrucian Michael Meyer, and the alchemist Gerhard Dorn. This Carl Jung being with a C. 2, the grandfather, a Lutheran pastor and Grand Master of Swiss Freemasonry. Again, Carl Jung, but with a K. And finally, our 20th century psychologist with Gnostic tendencies, Carl. Jung was assigned the name Carl with a K, however, at birth, but decided to change it to Carl with a C during his university years. The uncle to Jung's grandfather was Johann Sigismund Jung, born 1745, and supposedly a member of the Illuminati, as well as a Bavarian chancellor. I'll show the lineage as we have it right here. Continuing on his father's side, his ancestry cannot be tracked beyond the 18th century, as during Louis XIV's reign, many records were burned in the course of a siege during the War of the Spanish Succession. Louis XIV was, among others, responsible for this war. It's not immediately correlated, but certainly important, that Louis was responsible for the destruction of Heidelberg Castle. This is of importance as Francis Yates argues that the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz was, besides its mystical meaning, intended to hint at the wedding of Frederick V of Palatinate and Princess Elizabeth. After the marriage, it was celebrated at this castle. The godmother to this Elizabeth Stuart was Queen Elizabeth I, whose court astrologer and advisor was John Dee, an occultist. Curiously, the badge number that Dee used to safely contact Elizabeth was 007, the 2 zeros signifying 2 eyes, indicating that he was a spy, the 2 eyes of the Queen. This is where the famous designation of James Bond actually comes from. John Dee is credited for having been crucial in the English defeating the Spanish Armada in 1588. The Armada consisted of 130 ships, making it by far the greatest naval fleet of its age. Dee predicted a storm, thus he suggested that the English ships should remain at bay, and so the Spanish were defeated by the help of the occultist Agent 007. Does John Dee remind you of anyone? Someone that studied the esoteric, was involved in intelligence as an agent, and predicted details that would be crucial for the victory of the country that they supported? Sounds very much like Carl Jung, Agent 488. We will elaborate on the nature of Jung's engagement with the director of the CIA later in this documentary. Nonetheless, we should make clear that Jung is not to be defined by this. When we say double agent, we mean it as a metaphor. Agent 007, John Dee, was a major influence on early Rosicrucianism. The Second Rosicrucian Manifesto, the Confessio of 1615, has published with it a tract in Latin called A Brief Consideration of More Secret Philosophy. This brief consideration is based on John Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica, much of it being word for word quotation from the Monas. Alongside this and many other factors that we cannot get into here, it should for now suffice to mention that the chemical wedding has Dee's Monas on its title page.
Back to Heidelberg Castle. In order to make you understand the obscurity of the fire philosophers, and in general, the esoteric material that Jung would study, we thought to give an example of a real mystery, which does bring us back to Jung in various ways. Yates highlights the fact that beside the famous wedding, there are other indications that connect the Rosicrucians to the aforementioned castle. For example, she highlights the fact that Michael Meyer hinted at a secret meeting place for the Rosy Cross within his Themis Aurea. Yates compared Meyer's allegories to Heidelberg. I recently went to Heidelberg myself. I believe that neither Yates nor any other scholar has given a full explanation of Meyer's hint, so I'll present what my research led to. Within the book that Yates references, Meyer discusses the yearly meetings and ends the chapter with allegories that are to inform the intelligent reader of the locality. I have sometimes observed Olympic houses not far from a river and know in a city which we think is called Spiritus? I mean Helicon, or Parnassus, in which Pegasus opened a spring of overflowing water, wherein Diana washed herself, to whom Venus was handmaid, and Saturn gentleman usher. This will sufficiently instruct an intelligent reader, but more confound the ignorant. Francis Yates comments, Heidelberg is near a river. Its church was the Church of the Holy Spirit. Its gardens contained the wondrous Parnassus fountain. In reading Meyer, one has the impression that Meyer, like André, may be making allusions to Heidelberg, that some of his emblematic pictures might reflect symbolic constructions, which could be seen in the Hortus Palatinus. Compare, for example, the grotto which Decaux constructed at Heidelberg containing a fountain decorated with coral, with Meyer's delightful emblem of a man fishing for coral. The commentary to the emblem explains that coral represents the philosopher's stone. As far as I'm aware, this is all that we have from Yates, and I haven't seen any other scholar comment on the subject. Here is my explanation. The allegory, Olympic houses not far from a river, is of course referring to the houses of the gods on Mount Olympus, which is near the Aegean Sea. the wording Olympic is revealing in two ways. Number one, he's referring to buildings that are elevated and near water. Number two, there is an Olympic quality to them. That is to say, in those houses presumably live individuals that govern or have authority. Thus, Heidelberg Castle, housing the governing authorities of the Palatinate and its nearby Neckar River, become serious contenders. He also refers to the houses as being distinct. Observed Olympic houses, not far from a river, and known as city. This confirms elevated buildings and a separate city, which we think is called S Spiritus. We can assume that the S stands for Sanctus. Yates points out that there is the Church of the Holy Spirit in Heidelberg. Meyer jumps to the next allegory. Helicon, or Parnassus. Is presumably announcing that what follows is the closest we get to a direct reference to something in the real world. Helicon, or Parnassus. These are two mythological mountains, and curiously, the Hortus Palatinos, Heidelberg Castle's garden, contains a Parnassus fountain. In the same garden is another fountain with a mountain, on which lays an old man, Father Rhine, associated with Neptune. So now we have two fountains, with each a mountain, the Father Rhine one being the largest. Behind them is an entrance to a grotto. Meyer mentions a Saturn gentleman usher, and an usher is by definition one who serves as official doorkeeper. Historically, a gentleman usher was someone who oversaw a nobleman's servants, or one who guarded the door to whichever room the king was in. This confirms, once again, that we are dealing with people of authority and their grounds. Seeing the allegory in this way, wouldn't that imply that the grotto behind Father Rhine should contain Diana in some way, as Maya states that the gentleman is an usher to her? You'll find out soon. It is important to note that, in my interpretation, Saturn Asha is not meant to frame Father Rhine as Saturn, but instead Saturn-like. That is, he's old and a mythological father, and in fact the only gentleman, as Maya describes him, within this allegory and the particular area of the castle's grounds that we are dealing with. Here is what is most essential to proving my theory. Solomon de Caus, an architect, engineer, and mathematician, taught Elizabeth Stuart, the queen, whose marriage is essential to understanding the chemical wedding. Meyer knew her personally. For example, he was one of the Elector Palatinate's gentlemen who attended her older brother's funeral. Solomon was moving within the same circles as Meyer and designed the castle's garden. It is therefore not far-fetched that the following was the secret meeting place of the society. If you take a close look at the entrance to the grotto behind the usher or doorkeeping Father Rhine, you will soon notice two boars, two deers, and a lion. Meyer speaks of Helicon, wherein Diana washed herself. Diana is the Roman goddess of the hunt, associated with boars and stags or deers. Carl Jung analyzed the myth that is referenced here. We will give Jung's interpretation soon. Now, what is behind the entrance? Its name, Great Grotto, as it says here near the entrance, already conjures the image of an opening like that of Hippocrene on Mount Helicon, which Pegasus struck with his hoof, wherein Diana washed herself, according to Maya. You should remember that Father Rhine, the figure that is depicted in front of the entrance, is associated with Neptune. Neptune is the Roman equivalent of Poseidon. Poseidon is the father of Pegasus. Meyer does speculate that the letters C and R, while they might mean rose and cross, might also mean Pegasus and Lullium. Is not this a claw of a rosy lion, a drop of Hippocrene? Tobias Churton, The Invisible History of the Rosicrucians. Philip Skippen, a fellow of the Royal Society, stayed at the castle in 1663 and recorded the following about the Great Grotto and the symbol of a lion in connection to drops of water. Here, within the grotto, are many pretty waterworks, namely a lion sucking up water, and water springing out of the pavement and the sides of the grotto. In one of the grottos, the water petrifies as it drops. Sounds very much like Maya's rosy lion and drop of Hippocrene. In Solomon de Caus's German book, Hortus Palatinos, we find an illustration of the inside of the Great Grotto, and there we find exactly what we are looking for. On the left, you see a beast that reminds one of a hippocampus, a mythological beast, with an upper body like that of a horse, and fish-like lower body. There we have a correlation to Pegasus, but in this case, it's more of a symbolic similarity than it is direct depiction. Just like Saturn in front of the grotto. I say this because the beast is actually some kind of Toro Campos. Why would we assume that the woman sitting on top of the beast is Maya's Diana? We mentioned that the grotto's entrance depicts boars and stags or deers, and we've shown clear associations with Helicon or Hippocrene, in which Maya states Diana washes herself. In the original myth, Diana is said to be bathing. In the grotto, Diana is not actively washing herself. Though on the nearby Heidelberg Bridge, which was built long after Maya, though inspired by the castle's garden, we see Father Rhine pouring out water, the same woman as in the grotto, this time washing herself, and a woman holding a bucket of water like a handmaid. This is what the figures look like on page 36 of Salomon's Hortos Palatinos. Notice that the Toro Campos is, as half bull, associated with the astrological sign of Taurus, and thereby the planet Venus. This may well explain why Maya mentions Venus as a handmaid to Diana, as we do see another woman present, presumably as a kind of helper, throughout all of these depictions. On the other hand, Diana is associated with the moon. Notice that the idea of her being present within some secret place already bears a symbolically rich meaning. The original myth goes that the hunter Actaeon set off into the woods with his hunting dogs and stumbled upon Diana. Carl Jung comments in his Mysterium Conjunctionis, her darkness shows itself in the fact that she's also a goddess of destruction and death, whose arrows never miss. She changed the hunter Actaeon when he secretly watched her bathing into a stag, and his own hounds, not recognizing him, thereupon tore him to pieces. This myth may have given rise first to the designation of the lapis as the servus fugitivus. Notice that Actaeon is being transformed into a stag, or deer. This should remind you of the entrance to the grotto. In alchemy, the stag represented self-rejuvenation, the horn symbolized pride, and the hair worldliness. It was believed that when a stag swallowed a poisonous snake, it would drink water to eject the poison, then cast its horns and hair, thereby becoming renewed. Thus, Actaeon signifies the reality of the alchemist, that he may die a symbolic death, cast his pride and worldliness, and finally rise anew. Actaeon becomes the prey of his own dogs, pursued by his own thoughts, turns his feet and directs his new steps, is renewed for a divine cause, that is, with greater facility and with a more efficacious inspiration, toward the densest places, toward the deserts, toward the region of incomprehensible things. From the vulgar and common man he was, he becomes rare and heroic. Giordano Bruno, The Heroic Frenzies. Diana, as the Numen and nymph of this spring, is an excellent formulation of the figure we know as the anima. If attention is directed to the unconscious will yield up its contents, and these in turn will fructify the conscious like a fountain of living water. Carl Jung, Mysterium Conjunctionis. Within the grotto we find corals, and as Yeats highlights, within Maya's collection of illustrations, we find a man fishing for coral, as a symbol for the Philosopher's Stone, on emblem 32. Emblem 34 is concerned with bathing, shows a woman laying in the same position as Diana in the grotto, has an opening to a cave similar to that of Hippocrene on Mount Helicon, and mentions Neptune, with whom Father Rhine is associated, as possessor of mountains. The son of the philosophers is the lord of waters, upon which he exercises authority, as Neptune is king of the sea and possessor of mountains. Michael Meyer, Atalanta Fugiens. I should mention here that Jung studied the Rosicrucian Maya diligently and referenced him many times throughout his work. In fact, he viewed many of Maya's concepts as reflecting the process of individuation. Jung found this theme to be particularly vivid in the book that I just quoted. If you take a look at Jung's library, which is available online, you will find that it consists mostly of books authored by those personalities that were crucial to the history and ideas of the Rosy Cross. That is, they were not just coexisting with it or vaguely inspiring the movement. Most of them were either essential.
Este video está bueno, pero ya me tengo que ir. Pero mira, habla de su, ¿cómo se le llama? Bloodline, de sus antepasados, de sus influencias. Christianity y Sexuality, esta sección puede ser interesante. Esta también puede ser más interesante. Esta, pues también. Estoy más interesado en la de cristianidad y sexualidad. Pero no sé quién esté aquí todavía viendo Bola de Locos. Váyanse a dormir. Buenas noches. Hasta la próxima. GG's.